one of those days where it's good for closing positions, you know? The guy on the internet calls it a giant vortex. I always look at it like whatever refused to print for you during the month is it will print today. End of day. Jesus.
One minute to go now to begin the market on open imbalance data. 10 seconds.
Oh, that's it? That's all you're paying me?
Market on open imbalance S&P 500 buy side 862 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side
Fucking
400
flat?
million, Dow 30 buy side 124 million,
God damn it.
X7 buy side 184 million. Trump on Truth Social saying big signing at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time at the White House. As a reminder, so at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is expected to sign the Genius Act.
Fuck. My fucking calls are like, God. Hate Opex. Said I'm out. Daddy, daddy, cool. Not gonna sit here and watch this get drained all day long.
American Express shares down 1.4% after Q2 results. seeing the Dow turning negative, last down about 0.14%.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
land Fed GDP index, a little changed at 2.37%. 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, get the University of Michigan sentiment prelim forecast 61.5, prior 60.7, with a range of 66 to 53.5. University of Michigan 5-year inflation prelim forecast 3.9%, prior 4%. 1-year inflation prelim forecast 5%, unchanged from the prior. Michigan expectations prelim forecast 56.9, prior 58.1. Conditions prelim forecast 63.9, prior 64.8. 5 minutes ago now to get the University of Sentiment Michigan prelim data. Forecast 61.5, price 60.7. UMich 5-year inflation prelim forecast 3.9%, prior 4%. 1-year inflation prelim forecast 5%, unchanged from the prior. Expectations prelim forecast 56.9, prior 58.1. Conditions prelim forecast 63.9, prior 64.8. IMF Global Outlook says WEO projected global growth of 2.8% in 2025 and 3% in 2026. Also, IMF says global headline inflation was projected to decline, but at a slower pace, reaching 4.3% in 2025 and 3.6% in 2026. 1 minute ago now, I'll lead with the University of Michigan sentiment prelim. Ten seconds. 61.8, 61.8, higher than the forecast of 61.5. Current conditions 66.8, 66.8, higher than the forecast of 63.9. Expectations 58.9, 58.6, 58.6, higher than the forecast of 56.9. 1 year inflation expectations 4.4%, 4.4%, lower than the forecast of 5%. And 5 year inflation expectations 3.6%, 3.6%, lower than the forecast of 3.9%.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 moves slightly higher after UMich report on consumer sentiment for July. So the S&P 500 up about 0.23% and Nasdaq up about 0.26%. Heads up, Japan's Finance Minister Kato, currently speaking in South Africa, says G7 needs to prepare for downside risks. seeing shares of Tesla rising to a 3-week high, last up 3.2%. Japan's Cato says Japan to continue constructive discussions with the US. According to Axios, E3 and Iran diplomats are expected to meet in Europe next week. And further from the Axios piece there, E3 and Iran diplomats are expected to talk possible nuclear deal. Japan's Finance Minister Kato says bond market moves are driven by multiple factors. IMF says since April, economic indicators reflect a complex backdrop shaped by trade tensions. Japan's Finance Minister Kato says that we will address market voices over bond moves, and we will continue to work toward ensuring market trust. IMF says that we have seen strong evidence of front-loading ahead of tariff increases and some trade diversion. And on inflation, they say cooling demand and falling energy prices point to a continued decline, albeit with variation across nations.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
100 now down 0.1%. US crypto-linked stocks rise after US House passes crypto market structure legislation. Top Republican on House China Committee objects to the resumption of NVIDIA H20 chip shipments to China in letter to Trade Representative Lutnick. So again, the top house Republican on House China Committee objects to the resumption of NVIDIA H20 chip shipments to China in letter to US Commerce Secretary Lutnick. UK tightens oil price cap. So UK statement says UK and EU lower the crude oil price cap. So UK and EU action will lower oil price cap from $60 a barrel to $47.60 a barrel. US stocks continuing to move lower. S&P 500 down about 0.06%, Nasdaq down 0.14%. JP Morgan expands research to private firms, starting with OpenAI.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. As big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Heads up, Deputy Treasury Secretary Falconer, currently speaking on CNBC, says crypto rules further cement dollar as the standard. Falconer says the private sector must educate public on stablecoins. Falconer says Treasury wants Trump to cast wide net for Fed pick. Falconer adds that one should question why interest rates are so high. According to AP News, Trump appointees requested more marble for Fed renovation. So it's been reported earlier on in the day as well that Trump appointees requested more marble for the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation, now attacked by the White House as excessive. So that news is being picked up by some other news wires here. As House China panel faults Trump move to ease Nvidia chip sale, panel's chair Moulinar seeks Commerce Department briefing by August 8th. Moulinar sends letter to Commerce Secretary Lutnick on Nvidia, and they warn moves risk boosting China's AI capabilities. A reminder, we did have a headline earlier. Top Republican House China committee objected to resumption of Nvidia H20 chip shipments to China in a letter to U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick, a person being Moulinar. Fed Scoresby in
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Scoresby says it pains me to see the arguments about central bank independence. Fed Scoresby says rates can go down a fair bit over the next year.
I'll be on here, guys, in just a second. All right, here I am. Oh my God. I just got back from I'm coming on here in just a minute here. Check 1, 2. All right. I don't know if I should say this publicly. I'll just say it to the Discord. I just had to go help a buddy out this morning. Hold on here. Oh, don't do this to me. I got one of my best friends here in Detroit. Is going through a like brutal divorce, and he won, which was good. But I'll tell you what, whew, it ain't easy being a man these days, especially if you're a good guy. Not easy being a man these days. Okay, so today is Opex. Last night in the Discord, I posted a white paper on Opex and a bunch of tickers that could be pinned today. If you don't know a lot about Opex, price tends to pin to the largest strike. So you can oftentimes what you'll do is you'll find your favorite ticker might not move today. If you're like, let's say you're in Lyft or something like that, it could get pinned in all day long today. Or price will magnet to the prominent strike, which in our case happens to be, in our case happens to be 6,300 on 0 dates. It's actually much lower. It's actually much lower than that, believe it or not. But here, I'm just gonna hold on a second here. I don't even know why I'm doing this. Hold on here. I'm gonna try to get out of this as quickly as I possibly can here. I'm in some calls right now. I bought that dip down there too. But I don't think I want to stay in these calls, and I'll tell you why here in a minute. Just gonna try to get out of this. There we go. I don't even know why I'm buying calls right now. I'm like, I should buy some calls. We're down here at the hourly trigger, and I should get some calls. But I'll be honest with you. Today is Opex. The only reason I like Opex is if I have like dead spreads, like shit that's dying. Oftentimes I'll catch a print on Opex or in the close of Opex, but otherwise I tend not to mess with it. I feel like I get trapped and drained. That's how I feel about Opex. Is that if I'm bullish or bearish, I don't care what it is. If I open an option, I feel like I get annihilated at some point. I get like trapped into the trade, and then by the end of the day, I just get drained out of it. So I don't normally mess with Opex. It's not my favorite day of the month. Like I don't like Opex. I don't like Vixpiration. I mean, Vixpiration is a little bit better. You can sometimes, because you're looking for that unclench, but Opex in particular is highly mechanical. Now, a good thing or a bad thing, depending on how you look at it, is there's not a large. It's not a large expiry this expo. It's not a huge expiry, but I do want you to consider something here. Oftentimes, when we come out of a quarter into a new quarter, you'll sometimes see, of course, or even just month to month, you'll see directional changes. But even more particular, I want you to think about how the last quarter or the last few months have been bullish, right? And if there's going to be a directional change, it is possible, and we're due for one. So it's either going to happen now, after this Opex and after this month, or it's going to happen the following month, right? It's not going to take. There's not too much time here, or you've got it's either now or it's the next Opex. We should start getting bearish. Now, we are at a high price. We're trading at 627.82, and I'll say this again. If you don't have it, you don't need. Or I'll say a few things. You don't. Like, everybody's situation is different. You don't need to have a hedge on. And theoretically, you don't have to have a hedge on. You can just wait for a dip, right? Some people just add in this, or look for seasonal weakness to add. If you've got no skin in the markets, there's no requirement to have a hedge either. But this is a good opportunity, or one of the signposts for putting a hedge on. Right around 6,300, there are some really nice put spreads down to 592, like 530 to 592. They print pretty good. You can even rein them in a little. I was looking at a couple yesterday that were 100% prints, and you only needed to come down to like 620, 618, something like that, and it was a pretty fat print. And it offers a nice little hedge. It makes me feel good when I have a hedge on while I'm trading. I feel like it's a safety net for me if I ever get trapped. I wake up one day and I get blown out on like a big red candle to the downside. My hedge ends up printing for me eventually and covers that bad trade that I had. So I think I've talked about hedges extensively at this point, but just be aware. Like if there's going to be a directional shift or trend change, it can begin to happen after Opex, like after expiration Opex, month end, if we start to get some more negative flows into the market. Now, for us right now, there's two things you need to know. The first thing you need to know is that potentially the wall at 6,300 could come down enough today if calls are rolled higher. I'm so happy I got out of that trade. It just got rolled backwards. Anyways, the wall at 6,300 should begin to deteriorate today. Sentiment is good right now. The only other issue would be that just like Vixpiration, there's still some potential unclench. So that would also infer that when we come back on Monday, we'll look at the new gamma regime and find out where the gamma flip is. And also, it's probably going to be weaker than it was because we have, like, what happens into an end of an Opex cycle is so much gamma comes into the market becomes like a tractor beam to some extent. And once you come out of an Opex cycle, the market is quote unquote free to move. It's not necessarily bearish. I've always despised the window of weakness. It's more like a window of movement. So just be aware of that too after today, that the market has a little bit of freedom, a little bit more freedom to move to the downside, all else equal, right? If we can break the wall at 6,300, we can also start to roll to the downside. So just be aware of that today, today or Monday or whatever. And we're gonna do some chatting here really quick because there's two schools of thought right now. You've got the MS gang, Morgan Stanley, Mike Wilson gang that have a thesis that this is it, this is the top. And as a matter of fact, they're like that. We're done. You should expect by the end of from now into July for the market to roll to the downside. There's some argument that roll to the downside will stay in trend and possibly give bulls another leg, but their thesis is we're done. But our boy Rubner, who worked for GS, just started a new job working for Citadel. And I posted a link to the article on FinTwit this morning, and he disagrees. He seems to think that the market has legs into the middle of August. We start to trade sideways and then roll to the downside. So there's still some disagreement out there as to where market goes. If I had to guess between Morgan Stanley and Rubner, I'm going to go with Rubner. He's a pretty good trader. I mean, that guy almost nails it every time that guy puts an outlook out. So if you have a chance, check out the article from him. He has an August outlook, and he seems to think that we have some legs into the second week of August. And I think he specifically said, put a hedge on mid-August or something like that. And I still think there's legs. We're still on trend. We haven't lost trend. We haven't lost the daily trigger. And until we lose the daily trigger, even on a pullback, as long as we stay on trend, we stay alive, and we should be living by that too as traders. So look for pullbacks to the hourly trigger. Look for pullbacks to the daily trigger. Possibly get one into the end of the month. But as long as that holds and shows us the way higher, the way is higher. If you need to be hedged, don't feel like you can't hedge. If you're a bear out there and you're like, I want to short this thing into the pile or into the dumpster or something, short it into the ground. There are easy trades for you to just get started with a hedge. That's an easy way to start hedging. Now we still have targets higher at 64 and 6,500. So if you just be safe with what can your hedge handle a trip that high, a possibility of a trip that high? Is can your hedge handle that? And then what would the pullback look like at that point? And that's all I would say on that kind of stuff. Now let's go. Let me see if we can grab a couple things here and show you guys some stuff I was looking at here yesterday. So we can read a couple things to you here. I'm so glad I'm not in a trade right now. I'm like, I closed out some calls. I made some money, but I don't want to deal with it. It's OPEX. It's like pure fuckery. Hold on here. What did I do with that article? Can I open this? There, hang tight here. I'll look for it. Thought I had this article on me. Where is this article? Here, we'll start with, we'll do this one. Read a few things here to you. I'll give you the, if you're a pro trader, I'll post some of these different outlooks inside of the pro channel for you to get the view or different views from different people here. Dude, the University of Michigan sentiment is almost pointless these days. Rate cut demanding Trump risks a vicious backlash from the bond vigilantes. Yeah, that's true. Whenever I hear about like rate cuts right now, or I hear remove Powell from power so we can get rates down to 1%, this market would. Someone asked me last night, what do I think would happen? What is this? 2.8 trillion reasons to worry about today's OPEX. There's no reason to worry about today's OPEX. Dude, what's going on? Dude, these people are fucking crazy. Some of the shit that I read, I'm like, what are these people talking about? And then they like change their viewpoint later on. Like, so anyways, Jerome Powell. I'm going to tell you right now. If they try to remove, like, I understand the bread and circus aspect to it. Like, I'm going to launch an investigation, or I'm going to inquire about an investigation. We're thinking about doing something to Jerome, like more poking the bear or whatever. If I'm going to tell you guys something, like, I'll tell you right now, like, if you think that the bond market will implode, they really will. If you bring rates down to, like, I guess they want rates at 1. No, that's not happening. And I realize why they want it too. They want money. They want to print money, is what they want to do, which is bizarre. What's the reason for printing money? I guess that's my bigger question: is what's the reason for printing money? Here, let me get a few things here. Like, what do we need to print money for? Are we at war? Pump the stock market? Like, I don't get it. And we've got inflation raging under the surface right now. That's not assigned to tariffs. And we're coming into historical inflation too. If any of you guys follow Larry Williams, all of his patterns show a bottom in inflation in July. There's like no reason to be hold on here. Get this one for you. That one right there. I'll read a few of these to you here this morning. Hedge funds getting hammered. Yep, they are. They're getting annihilated right now. Think tighter, guys. All right, here's this article here. All right, so if you're a pro trader, right, I'm going to post some of this stuff for you here. So this is the early bear case. The S&P 500 is now up a stunning 25% from April lows just 3 months ago. But as Morgan Stanley's quantum derivatives strategist team writes in a note published by group head Chris Metley today, the pace of the rally is slowing. Of course it is. And Tuesday's soft CPI and positive NVDA news failed to catalyze reacceleration. At the same time, the market is also quick to shrug off headlines unless they prove to be real, which is smart learned behavior, and equities seem to end higher after every sell-off than they were before it started. That could be in part driven by the fact that hedge fund nets remain stubbornly light, close to historical medians, or because there is once again virtually no liquidity, and it takes very little capital to move prices. You guys have heard me say in the past, you'll hear people say volume is good for stonks. Volume is good for finding bottoms in stonks, but markets really move in light markets. Like the less volume there is, typically markets can be manipulated, for lack of a better word. The bull case, according to Morgan Stanley, is that hedge funds still need to buy into the rally. Agreed. Asset managers still need. They're not even still. They are buying into the rally right now. So that's the bull case, and the market may need to go higher before it can go lower. Market needs to go higher before it can go lower. That's from Rubner, who is not with Morgan Stanley, but that's the word on the street right now. But as QDS has previously flagged, passive inflows from retail, systematic and buybacks are set to slow in the second half of July, which could make the market incrementally more fragile to what? Shocks. So we can have shocks in the market, a little bit more volatility coming into the season of volatility as well. You could be waking up one morning and looking out your back window and see price down on the daily trigger. So that does tell you something, that if you are looking for a pullback, you may still get one, even if the market is not just now about to roll over. As Metley explains, while a slowing pace of passive flows doesn't necessarily mean the rally is over, it certainly makes it more likely, and it does mean investors should be prepared for the possibility of a 5% type correction if there is any noise in earnings, macro data, or tariff policy over the next month. And it could be higher. If we go higher, that 5% turns into possibly even more than 5. Try like 7.5, something like that. Some more details. QDS wrote about the coming slowdown in flows 2 weeks ago. Since then, retail demand, and I think I highlighted this about 2 weeks ago, this slowdown in flows. There was talk about CTAs slowing down. There was talk about no more help from vol funds, but that proved to be false as well. Since then, retail demand for U.S. equities has indeed slowed, falling from a pace of 3.5 billion a day at the start of the month to 1.5 billion a day now. But that's mostly, I think, because they're loaded to the tits. If you look at the option chain for most of the indexes, everyone's loaded up on like 6,300, 6,400, 6,500. You'd need like a shock, I guess, for re-entry at this point. A slowdown that is in line with seasonal patterns, and retail buying should continue to slow as the summer progresses. I'm in agreement with that statement as well. Macro systematic strategies have remained large buyers at over $5 billion a day over the last week, but QDS expects that systematic bid to have to $2.5 billion per day by the end of the month. In addition, there is a high share of companies in buyback blackouts now, although they will moderate by early August. And the first half of July seasonal equity strength typically weakens through from now through August. Positioning wise, the most supportive dynamic is that hedge funds nets remain modest, 51% in line with historical medians, with P&L cushions U.S. long short plus 4.9% year to date coming into the week per MSPB content. Now I showed you the asset manager chart. They're underweight right now, and they're still buying. Unless we lose 6,000, they remain buyers. So keep that in mind. Like that 6,590 is the thesis for higher into the end of the year. Any pullbacks from wherever we are right now in price, or wherever we are in price in August, whatever that pullback is, they still remain buyers as long as price remains above 6,000. There is still ample room for nets to go higher, and arguably nets should be higher given how well the market is trading, the positive fundamental trends that Mike Wilson and his team have been highlighting, and the potentially limited incremental forward impact of tariffs. This could still mean that hedge funds have to take nets higher before the market can go lower. Also on the bullish side is that dealers get long gamma in a sell-off, potentially providing support. Dealers may not be long much gamma at current spot after netting out levered ETF short gamma of 7 billion, 1%, but option long gamma doubles in just a 2% sell-off, which could slow any decline. Looking ahead to the end of the month, there are a host of events piling up that have the potential to move the market, including FOMC, NFP, although weak numbers could be met with more expectations for Fed cuts. The latest tariff deadline, 17 billion of asset. Matter of fact, did you guys see that article that came out that said an insider from the White House was quoted or interviewed and had said that the Trump tariff policy is complete smoke and mirrors? I don't know if you've heard or read that story. I'll try to get that to you guys if I can this morning too. But the latest tariff debt, and the banks have said this. The banks have said that they believe at this point that a lot of the tariffs is like more, it's just carrot dangling. It's not based on any kind of reality. The latest tariff deadline, 17 billion of asset allocator supply and QDS estimates, and importantly, 40% of SPX market cap reporting earnings in the last week of July. Morgan Stanley is discussing all of these catalysts taking place, not necessarily next week, but the week after we get mega catalysts into month end. Remember, we have got a 3 full weeks and 2 bookend weeks in the front and back end of July with some, I call them short weeks. As QDS wrote previously, when a large share of market cap reports in a day, SPX absolute returns tend to be larger and slightly more negative than average. So their point here in this part of the article, I posted the article inside the Discord, but their point here is that in this earnings season, on average, we get lower returns. How everyone is reporting in this season. With the above backdrop, so how to trade it? With the above backdrop, for those that are running longer equity books, QDS thinks taking a more cautious approach near term makes sense, either by stock replacement, sell stock but maintain upside via calls, look back puts where the strike resets higher during a rally, removing the timing risk from hedging should the market continue to move higher, or smarter long VIX hedges like appearing call spreads. NDX QQQ options are particularly attractive now because implied vol there is at post-COVID lows relative to SPX, in part on the back of heavy overwriting. So this, I'm not going to go into the rest of this, but do yourself a favor and read through the rest of this white paper if you can. And so their expectations here is that, let me see if I can, hold on a second here. I'll get the full note here. their expectations is that the rally has a potential to falter early. Maybe you take the money off the books if you are long underlying equities and just instead have some touch in the market on calls instead of long equities. Or I'll post this inside the Discord too. That's your bear case. Now we're gonna get to our boy here, who is Scott Rubner. We're gonna chat about his take, and I think I'm on the same take as Scott. And he writes, "I'm back. I look forward to working with you again, and thank you for your support." Blah 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 blah. Since joining Citadel, I've received numerous client inquiries about the same daily market questions. Quote, "Is it time to fade the equity market rally?" His response, quote, "We are not there yet. Retail buy the dip behavior in equities and options represents an important dynamic in the U.S. equity market." Listen to that closely. Rubner is admitting that retailers matter in these markets today, that retailers continue to step in to buy dips. Low institutional positioning, that would mean what? I need to put some dressing on the window, right? So low institutional positioning and the return of the corporate buyback bid are important market technicals. I put the current setup in baseball terms. Innings 7 out of 9. That's where we are. 7th out of 9th inning. Of course, Morgan Stanley is telling you that we could be in the 9th and not know it. Institutional investors have some FOMO, quote, fear of materially underperforming. The benchmark indices, if earnings come remotely in line, and equities rally higher. And listen to this closely. The benchmark indices, if earnings come remotely in line with equities, rally higher. Analysts continually get beat on expectations. As a matter of fact, expectations for this quarter were lower than expected, and they usually get beat by about 70% of the time. So he's basically telling you we have a decent earnings season, and you're going to see the markets want to price in that higher, or price in that effect higher for the next 1 month. He says for the next 1 month, that's mid-August. I am bullish on U.S. equities led by fundamental earnings and positive flow dynamics. I see the pain trade higher for the next few weeks. So that's this month and probably into what? The 12th of August. Somewhere in there, right? Maybe a little bit earlier, but somewhere in there. For the next 1 month, I'm bullish. Hold on here. I see the pain trade higher for the next few weeks as U.S. companies may beat the low earnings expectations and positive translation effect from weaker U.S. dollar, especially as it relates to the U.S. technology sector. This is a low bar for fundamental investors waiting for these earnings reports to become forced in. During mid-August, I am recommending investors add equity index hedges for September month end. I've got a hedge on myself right now, but mine is for November. I've got mine pretty far out right now. I don't trust these markets at all, so hopefully I can catch print. But I do have a hedge on the market at this point. He's telling you mid-August, put your hedge on. So he's a little more bullish than even I am. So during mid-August, I'm recommending investors add equity index hedges for September month end. This may take advantage of lower implied volatility to hedge any macro events. September 2nd, post-Labor Day, typically marks the highest point for the month over the past 100 years. I think Williams also has us. I think Larry Williams also has us mid-September as the actual bottom. Like we actually bottom in mid-September and then start to begin to turn up into the end of the year. July seasonals are exceptional for U.S. stocks, 100%. Since 1928, July is the best performing month of the year for the S&P 500. Best performing month. And we're not that high right now, are we? We're not exceptionally high right now. While September is the worst performing month of the year as investors go back to school. S&P 500 is on pace for its 11th consecutive monthly gain in July. Citadel's summer trading activity is consistent with a substantial increase in equity demand while others are away from their terminal screens. So they're busy while most people are taking their summer vacation, right? The summer doldrum vacation. But his point here stands. I think it's July is like, I don't think it's number 1. I think it's like number 3. And it may have improved the past couple of years, but it's like one of the best months of the year for returns. The returns in August are weak, and the returns in September are abysmal. They're in the negative on net. So his point here stands that the next couple of weeks could remain bullish. But even with seasonality, that could kick into August. It could take into August to get that print that you may be looking for here in July. I mean, just here, if you let me see if I can show you guys this really quick. So this is a chart right here saying SPX monthly return since 1928, and just look at this July return, how high it is right here, and then you've got a less returns here in August, and then the abysmal September. Can you see this? Just pay close attention to here. You can usually see this seasonal dip here, another seasonal dip here, and historically May, like sell in May, go away. This one right here, this sell in May go away hasn't been true recent history. Has not been true recent history. May has actually been a pretty good month. And then another fascinating fact about this note here that they don't tell you about is December returns are historically outstanding. What they don't tell you is that December has become more volatile, and we're now seeing prints farther out in time, like January, February. And if you've noticed the past few years, the holiday rally it's been kind of iffy. The holiday rally has been kind of weird. You should be like pushing out your expectations into January, February for that next seasonal roll. Rubner goes on to say retail positioning. Retail trading flows have been a net buyer of cash equities for the past 14 straight trading sessions as equities trade near all-time highs. This is the longest day retail buying streak since December of 2024, lasting 16 days. The S&P 500 was down a few BPS yesterday, and we had our single largest buying skew day since April 10th. That was when we raced down to 618, and I was telling you who's buying down there. Who is it? Who is it? It's institutionals. It's asset managers. They're down there trying to get that exposure that they have not been able to get into the markets down at that 618. So retail cash equities notional by week. There's a chart in here for you to look on that. Retail trading flows have been a net buyer for cash equities for the last 11 of 13 weeks since early April. Citadel saw one of the largest ever daily outflows from retail trading during Liberation Day on April 7th. As well as outflows on April 4th. This was also one of the largest two-day sell skews that we have ever seen. Ever since April, though, retail investors have been resilient and fully participating in this rally. Retail flows remain robust in the summer months, especially in June and July, before dropping off into September. Retail traders have deployed their largest amount of capital in July over the last 2 years, and 2025 is no different. Citadel's estimation of retail as a percentage of overall shares traded in the market is currently 20%. It can go higher than that, but 20 is pretty good right now. May 2025 was the highest level of shares traded at 21% since February of 2021, where it was 24%, driven by increased and broad-based participation, especially in lowered-priced shares. Retail has been better to buy in AI, high volatility, cryptocurrency, IPOs, leveraged ETFs, and anti-momentum equities. Let's see if I can see anything else here. He goes on to talk about CTA's vol control gang. I'll post this for you in the Discord as well if you don't have a Twitter account. Yep, hold on here. There's the white paper for Morgan Stanley. And this is Rubner right here. This is the bull case, I guess. Let me see if it just says anything else here at the end of this. He's got the one good thing about this last post that I gave for you is it shows you SPX daily returns by date. For as a matter of fact, for the rest of the year. So this is a pretty cool heat map here. That's item number 19. Hold on here. Save this one. This shows all of it, right? Yeah, that shows all of it. See if I see anything else here. I think that's it. That's all I got on that stuff. Hold on here. And I'm going to read to you something else about. Hold on here. Sign in, sign in. At major expirations, option traders track situations where a large amount of open interest is set to expire, and situations where there's a significant amount of expiring open interest at the money strikes. Strikes at an error. Delta hedging activity can impact the underlying stocks trading that day. If market makers or other options traders who delta hedge their positions are net long at the money options, expiration-related flow could have the effect of dampening stock price movements, causing the stock price to settle near the strike with large open interest. For us, that's 6,300. If you take a look at today's SPX, well, it's actually our the largest strikes are much lower, but the gamma that matters right now is 6,300 on SPX. If market makers or other options traders who delta hedge their positions are net long at the money options, expiration-related flow could have the effect of dampening stock price movements, causing the stock price to settle near the strike with large open interest. This situation is also often referred to as a pin and can be an ideal situation for a large investor trying to enter, exit a stock position. Alternatively, if delta hedgers are net short at the money options, have a negative gamma position, their hedging activity could exacerbate stock price movements. For S&P 500, where are we parked right now? We're parked right on 6,300. We identify stocks where option activity could have a big impact. Expiration-related trades may cause trading activity to pick up for stocks with a significant amount of at-the-money open interest. We identify possible focus stocks with large open interest and compare to average daily volume of the underlying stocks. Expiration-related activity is likely to have more of an impact if the open interest represents a significant percentage of the stock's volume. Contracts where large open interest may impact trading. Yeah, right here. Stocks where a large percentage of contracts relative to their average daily volume traded expire date, potential leading to pitting. So I've got a chart here for you. If this is your if your stock's on this chart, hold on here. You're probably going to have a bad day. Let's scroll down a little bit. Post that one for you in the Discord. Cool. What's this one right here? The notional open interest for this expiration is similar to that of last July, which was not a big expiration. Complicating things somewhat is the fact that the share of zero-date SPX options in the average daily volume has reached historical highs. But as Goldman Sachs trader Nelson Ambrose highlights this morning, the biggest worry around today's option expiration is the major shift in the market's gamma exposure. Market is slightly net short gamma, but there's a lot of gamma expiring today and over the next few days. All else equal on a spot move 2% higher. So to 64.20, gamma will have a massive drop to negative 12.5 billion. If this happens, it would create a lot of intraday volatility, especially at the end of day when dealers typically start adjusting their delta hedges. Let me see. I'll find this one for you too. Hold on here. Let me post this for you guys here. So 64.20 is the target. Give me one quick second here, guys. We just one quick second. What's that? Here I'm back again.
According to the Financial Times, Trump pushes for 15 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU goods. So again, Trump pushes for 15 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU goods, according to the FT.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do.
Sorry, Mary, reset that for you guys. Trump saying that he's pushing for a minimum of 15 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU goods. What I read was 10%. And they said the 15 to 20 was out of the range.
So we have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through. FT citing multiple people briefed on US-EU trade discussions. So Trump has, according to the FT piece, Trump has escalated his demands in trade negotiations with the EU, pushing for a minimum tariff of 15 to 20% in any deal with the bloc, according to 3 people briefed on the matter, on the discussions. So people familiar with the negotiations say Trump has also been unmoved by the latest EU offer to reduce car tariffs and will be happy to keep duties on the sector at 25% as planned. Just keeping an eye on the markets here. A little bit of movement towards the upside on the dollar index. Did see a little bit of a whip on the S&P 500, very small, more or less benign.
Look at Dixie right now. Yeah, no, Dixie is getting a pump right now. Watch out for weakness in the S&P 500 on that report. Now the bank consensus is we're getting 10%. I'd like to know who these sources are. Ten years climbing too. Mm. 10 years climbing. Dixie's climbing too. Check the VIX 9-day. I have to grab some poots here, or maybe I don't want to get trapped in this. Where's VIX 9-day?
There's a bit more further detail then. The president's hardened stance aims to test the EU's pain threshold after weeks of discussions on a framework agreement that would have maintained a baseline tariff of 10% on most goods.
And some puts. Am I getting late here? Am I a little bit late? I'm working on the paywall right now. Oh, I couldn't get the web page archive of that one.
So keep an eye on the US stocks moving lower after a report from the FT says that Trump pushes for 15 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU goods.
Oh, 1 second. Excuse me. That's it. Uncle JBJ, I just posted the PDF to you. I couldn't seem to get the article from Financial Times to. I put it on archive today, but that didn't work. Disable ad blockers. Come on here. I can't seem to get this article unlocked. The one from Financial Times. They should all be PDFs, bro. Hold on a second here.
Also keeping an eye on the euro, falling after the report says Trump, according to the FT, pushes for 15 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU goods.
Puts are cheap today. Let's see if we can turn this down. I don't know if I'm believing this. I was going to get some puts, and now I'm like afraid to. All I can see this, I'm looking at SPX right now, and I'm like, watch it just whipsaw back up, just bounce around just like this. Bam, 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 bam. There's the Dropbox. See if we lose this a little bit or not. Dixie's still winding up right now. VIX 9-day with a small bid. Excuse me. S&P still showing some weakness. Trump pushes, I've got a highlight here for you. Trump pushes for 15 to 20% minimum tariff on all EU goods. Just note that the banks believe that that's a threat, but not true. They think that's way outside of the range of probability, or it's like a 20% probability. Trump has escalated his demands in trade negotiations with the EU, pushing for a minimum tariff of 15 to 20% in any deal with the bloc, according to 3 people briefed on the talks. The U.S. president's hardened stance aims to test the EU's pain threshold after weeks of talks on a framework agreement that would have maintained a baseline tariff of 10% on most goods. The 10% came from the earlier this spring. Most people familiar with the negotiations say Trump has also been unmoved by the latest EU offer to reduce car tariffs. We'll be happy to keep duties on the sector at 25% as planned. One U.S. official told the Financial Times the admin is now looking at a reciprocal tariff rate that exceeds 10%, even if a deal is reached. That's from Financial Times. You look at it's still holding on here. Look at this thing right here. It's like, please don't do this. It's gonna like pin here all day long. One minute trigger coming down right now. $12.30. Hang tighter. I gotta watch this. Dixie's on the rise again.
White House spokesman says that trillions of investments commitments since election resounding reaffirmed confidence in the US dollar. So the White House spokesman commenting in reaction to.
I'm going to reset this. Hold on here. Dixie trying to break out of the hourly trigger right now. 10-year flat. VIX 9 days slightly on the move higher. Dixie on the move again. Oh, baby, roll. Dixie on the move again. There's a gap above to close at 98.5676. Watch out for a drop. Lower that one.
$10 to go until we get the Baker Hughes total recount, prior 537, oil recount, prior 424.
No breakout yet from Dixie. S&P. Remember, the Dix is highly shorted. Sellers stepping in again on Dix right now. Dix being sold right on hourly trigger. No movement in 10-year. VIX 9-day starting to run a little bit higher, but no, like we still have a huge supply on this Dix. No dice. No fucking roll. Oop, did I lose the stream? I think I might have lost the stream. I think I might have just lost the stream. I think I lost it on Twitch. Yeah, I refreshed it on my end and it came back. Did your screen go black? Maybe it was server side. My screen went like black on my end. Come on, drop it down. Stop dicking around with this. Okay, cool. Dixie making another tack to the upside again. Five-minute trigger now coming down. Sellers don't have much time here. They've got to like 1:30 and the gig is up. Just give me one big fat fucking red candle. Just like that. Just like one straight fucking fat big old down red candle. You can do it. Come on down here. Make it rain blood. Make the bears happy for
In about 3 minutes' time, we get the Baker's total recount data.
Give me a little bit of
137.
little bit of blood down here. Just a little tiny bit of blood. Make it a little pool of blood down here. Get those bears all happy down here. Come on, bears, you can do it. Put your backs into it. They're almost there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, make it rain just a little bit. Just like a little bit of rain. Yes. Oh, come on, you can do it. Just unclench it just a little bit. Just do a little bit of unclench. Just a little tiny bit. Just let it loose. Let it all hang out a little bit. Come on, more. More. Just let it hang out. It's like undo your belt. Look at how fat you are, Spoos. 626. Just let it all hang out a little bit. Yeah, take the belt off. Take your shoes off, man. Come sit over here in the corner. I'll make a nice little. There's a nice little chair here for you. Check that out, bro. Nice little chair. Oh yeah, come have a seat, man. It's got cushions on it. It's like right here, bro. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Come on down, bro. Come on down. You can do it. Come down to the chair. No, no, no. More. No. No, 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 no. Down. Down.
One minute to go now.
What do you mean an error? What is going on with my All right, I'm making some money. Come on down. Yeah, right down here. Like take a seat over there. Another seat right there. Put a little blood puddle down here for you. It's like a little rug. It's red. Yeah, come on down. Come on down. A little. Fucking hate Opex. That's my unclench. That's my unclench, and that look, it won't unclench. Fucking God. Bunch of fucking option sellers.
Total rig count 544, 544. Just waiting on the oil rig count now.
I'm like scraping pennies here. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off.
Oil rig count 422, 422.
Like best I can do is 626.73, bro. Like, how about some 25, man? Hit the 25. Yeah, there you go. Come on down. You can do it. It's comfy down here, bro. It's a nice little seat cushion down here for you. Oh, that's not really. That looks like jaws of death. Here, I'll even draw a little target for you. Right there.
Is at a swearing-in ceremony for IRS. And at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, he's signing
Another one right there.
for the Genius Act. The video is linked to that one. Trying to find the video for the swearing-in ceremony for the IRS.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. And I'm going to do a little advert for
Come down here. Down. Right. Keep down there.
Go
in your hole.
at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tax.
Fucking bulls.
Yeah. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
I know, it's like, just dump. Just like send it. They're like, no, dude, we're going to trade sideways all day long. You're going to sit here with, I know exactly. It's like, we're going to do this all day long, bro. Sorry. Just like that. All day long. Last 5 minutes will move for you. No, just dude, what happened to Tem? The fuck happened to Tem today? Tem's dragging ass too? Give me like a halfback trade. Hit me with like 624. Can we get 624? Just check a few things here in the background. $62.75. Let's see what 2-date volume looks like. That's garbage too. 6,300, 6,300. There's like a fucking massive condor on the market here, or at least what's coming into the market right now for 2 days. At the money volatility is supposed to get murdered into the bell today. It's supposed to ramp though the next 2 to 6 days. Vol's supposed to really pick up. That's good actually. So I'm looking at the money volatility right now. It's expected to start ramping on Monday. If market goes up, your calls are going to be very expensive next week. Or I should say all options should get expensive. Just like shank this thing down. Hold on here. Yep, and it's showing the. Hold on, I'll just show you something here. Come on down, dude. Come on the fuck down. Yep, and you know what else it's showing? It's showing that the conversely, showing me here? Yeah, 100%. What's based on the Friday close data? I'm looking right now. Hold on. Oh, I like that. Well, I don't dislike the Friday close data. I don't necessarily dislike the Friday close data. What I try to do is watch the Thursday closing price and Friday closing price, and then look towards what would happen on Monday. So if you close, I forget how this goes, but like the Monday effect, if it's negative, like that there's carry through into the following week. So the high close on Friday, you have follow through on Monday. And if you have like a negative Friday, that follow through carries over into Monday. I like that. Oh, let me look. Hold on a second here. I usually use I use something similar, like on an intraday basis. I find that the pivot point gives me a really decent idea of like intraday gamma, if it's negative or positive. Whenever the pit, like, see this yellow line right here.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repreparation data.
So here's the pivot point right here. And I consider this to be, trend day or non-trend day, whenever we're below this line right here. As long as we're fucking around on this pivot point, I got nothing. It's neutral to me. Yeah, I've got it here. I've got a I'll try to find it. I've got something that shows like the data for like Thursday, Fridays. However, like Thursday, and it's like it's an obscene number too. And as a matter of fact, wasn't it like it was like 2 weeks ago where I was like, we're gonna ramp up into Monday, because of where we had closed, and we did. It like ramped us and pinned us until like 9:30, 10 a.m. that Monday morning, and then we unclenched and rolled down into Tuesday.
36 counterparties take 199, spot $298 billion at the Fed reverse repreparation.
I've got it somewhere. I've got it like kicking around in a book map somewhere, or like not a book map, like a bookmark. and it shows like the numbers for like your Thursday, Friday closes have a huge correlation to Monday, Tuesday performances. Or not necessarily, like it predicts like the weekend, what your week, like what do you wake up to on Sunday futures, and then what do you wake up on Monday morning open. We're not going anywhere right here. I'm watching this right now, and I'm like, this is fucking, it's not bullshit, it's fucking Opex. And they want this down candle here. They want this down candle into. We're getting close here now. It's almost 1:30 right now. By 2:30, this should start turning up. Bears don't have much time here. This window is going to turn up here soon. So here's 2. I'd really like to see like just a little bit of blood in here. And then get some calls for I'd say like Tuesday, like calls for Tuesday would be nice for like 10 points up. I'm hoping that we can get down just a little tiny bit more. Then sweep this up. See if we can grab it here in the next 10 minutes or so. There's 2024, 2023. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Maybe do a Thursday then. Maybe do a weekly call then. End of the day weekly calls. Maybe I should do call spread. Dixie cranking now. The Qs are just parked here. Qs look bullish too. I wonder if I should do Qs for next week instead of SPY. There's QQQs. Fifth. $5.66s. How much of those are $1.91? God damn. Qs are already getting juiced up. Let me look at it. This is the blue line. I like that setup too. That looks good. That's just the PP. Dixie on the rise again. Not really affecting S&P 500. 10 years on the rise to the upside. Like VIX hasn't like VIX looks like it wants to bottom and run, but you know, spot up, VIX up, man, next week could be some pretty decent money. Q's turning around to the upside right now. Sellers don't have much time here. A high potential of this turning up between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. There's another outcome where we bleed down into the bell too, and that's where the dip buy is. But I want to see more damage at this point. I already did the halfback trade here on QQQs. It's only one leg though. 1, 2, 3. They're calling that 3 legs here. 2 legs. 1, 2, 3. The Q's is turning up right now. They're counting that as a correction. I wish that Q's had bled just a bit more. Below 560. It didn't even get. Oh, it pin struck the 4 hour at 559.97. But it looks like it wants to turn up now. No bear joy. One minute trigger coming up underneath the 5 minute trigger on QQQs right now. SPY turning up. You might get one more quick rip down below, but QQQ's on the move, turning up right now. Watch out for a squeeze here on SPY. SPY's going to start turning up here in a minute. No new low at 130 here. You had, like, sellers had from 12 to 130 basically. SPY turn or QQQ's turning up now. Right, Joe? I took my puts off. I mean, I realized it's turning up, but I just wanted a little bit more down if I could get it. Something a little bit cheaper. Let me see this here. We kind of hit that first one there. We got as low as 559. Oh, there we go. I'm getting some movement now. I guess that's it, huh? That was your chance. That was your chance if you're a bear. That was your chance. God, no fucking, no, like couldn't even get just a little bit, like 625, 625.30, like nice big fat round five. No fives down there.
China Embassy in Ottawa says Canada duties on Chinese imported steel violate WTO rules. And as that if Canada cancels discriminatory tariff measures, China's countermeasures can also be adjusted. Results of anti-dumping investigation on Canadian canola had been expected by September, but could be extended by 6 months.
Well, 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 it's me again. It's Donald J.
I know they couldn't do it. So, like, there's like zero unclenching going on, is there? We tried it on Wednesday, try it today. No unclench again. There's like zero unclenching going on here. We'll watch the watch 561.39 on QQQ. We're coming into where those sellers are right now. Let me just check Q's over here. Okay. Coming back up into where the sellers are. If they can fucking move it. Same thing's going on with SPY right now. I'm gonna find out here soon. It's kind of where we are, right? Kind of at a pretty big inflection point here. We're either going to start squeezing higher, or these sellers will step back in. They look like they got their chance, though. I'm going to find out right now. Right in here, we're going to find out. Well, kind of last chance here for sell side. No new low on 130. See if they can. If this will be the last chance to catch that bloodbath into the bell. Dixie's still on the move to the upside, too. SPX still parked. 10 years still on the rise. They're about to get squeezed out. One minute crossing the 5 minute on QQQs. Doing a quick back test of it, see if the 1 minute crosses over. Still underneath the 30-minute trigger on QQQs. But we are above the hourly trigger on Qs right now. Check NDX. Yeah, NDX still looks pretty fucking bullish here. And NQ. NQ not sold on this just yet. NQ has a half-hour trigger crossing down over the hourly trigger. There's a big, like, we're going to find out right here if we squeeze or if we get another leg to the downside. Still a bull trap in here. I mean, it's still here. So if you've got triggers, I want you to go to NQ. If you have the data, there is some negative momentum coming down, dropping down over NQ right now. ES has the same thing going on. There's like a hidden bear hand in here. We're coming up to meet the cross right now. Yeah, there's still a potential bull trap in there. We're coming up to meet it right now. Don't get too excited yet, bulls. Now we're going to run up here and test this cross that's going on right now. We need to break above the, need to break out away from this cross that's coming up. There's a half-hour trigger crossing through the hourly trigger above at 23,229, 230. And hour or 30-minute velo on NQ doesn't look that good either. XPS just says it's parked here for 6,300. ASPI cranked out yesterday or today. AMPX just keeps moving like crazy. Did Reddit ever break out or no? Oh, hell yeah, it did. Well, it's done okay. Keep your eyes here on Reddit's RDT. We called it out earlier this week. It's been being accumulated the past whole week. It's looking for a massive squeeze to the upside. It's moving today. Hinge is still on that list. The others, I think, have all run. AMPX has already run. A-Lab's still trying to break out. TLN's already moved. ASPI has already done its thing. Still a bull trap hiding in here. I want to put a long on, but you can't yet. There's still no trade here. Dude, Reddit looks like it wants to go like super moon. It's already starting its breakout again. NQ cross is happening. So we can get one more leg to the downside here. No, not really. Here, I'll show it to you guys here.
So just a reminder,
I'll show you on the show.
I'm throwing in ceremony for the IRS. That looks like it's still can't
So
find.
here's ES. So you can see it right here. So this half-hour trigger right here is crossing right now. If there's like a bull trap in here, it's not quite there yet, but take that one down. Sell the hole down here into the close. SPX looks fine, I think, and SPY looks fine. There's a little bit more bearishness in here. You might see one more zag higher and then down. And Dixie coming back to back test its hourly trigger. You're already long. I wouldn't be long here yet. I don't think there's a long here. I think they could chase us right down to the hole, straight down to the depths of hell. If there's a dip buy here today for next week, it's either going to be at like 414 on the downside, or we need price higher. Especially today being Opex. I'd be waiting for. I mean, it looks like, so on SPY and Qs, it looks like coast is clear, but not so much on futures yet. So I know. I know. That is, I agree. I don't disagree with that. Well, sometimes what they can do is sometimes on Opex, what you can do is you can get like with all this gamma expiring, if you can sell it down into the hole on Friday of Opex, sometimes you can get like a quick, fast, like 20, 30 point downside move. And but then like it's an unclench because of all the gamma expiring. So it could be more than $2. It could. Could be more than $2. There's potential for it. But I would think like where we are right now that you either need to be buying higher or you need to wait until the butt unclench into the close. One or the other. So it's definitely not where we are right now. I've sat on this show in the past, and like there was one Opex we were on, and they parked us like this all day long. And I was sitting there, and I'm like, I was talking with with everybody, and I'm like, we're gonna blast down at the end of the day here. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen. And they just like parked us till like 3:50 in the afternoon, and then we went straight vertical down like 30 points, and it was like a blink of an eye. It was like it maybe I think it lasted like maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but it was like a big fat red bar that just went straight to the depths of hell. If you hadn't even looked, you would have totally missed it. But I think that's kind of the situation that we're in right now. I don't think there's a trade here. And if anything, until the half hour and hourly trigger resolves itself, there's danger of elevatoring down into the close. Still, even though it doesn't show anywhere. Just take a look elsewhere. Still not there yet. We're still not there. Yeah. No trade here. Best I can tell you is that the Bears still have a chance. It didn't catch the low here at 130. That 30-minute trigger is still sketchy. $6275 is the SPX or the Condor, bottom end of the Condor and SPX. I'm trying again now. So like 1 attempt, 2 attempts, 3, 4. This will be the 5th attempt at a downside move. One, two, three, four, five, six. I got 6 on NQ. I wonder if people read my Twitter and they're like, what the fuck is this guy saying? I just wrote, unclench those butt cheeks, not a lot of time left. Like, people that don't know anything about the stock market are like, what is this fucking guy talking about? If you're a dealer, slam the sell button. Sorry, I'm shit posting on Twitter right now. God damn it. Half hour starting to turn higher again. God. Higher low again on the half an hour here. So higher low on 130, higher low at 230. Making my eyes bleed. NQ and Spoo's running again to the upside to check this this overhanging negative Momo. Are you going riding? Have a great weekend. Yeah, if you're leaving early, a couple things to a couple key notes here. If you are taking off early, so we should go up into next week. So a couple key like top line things here. The market should head high, or my take here is that the market heads higher next week. I can't tell if it's going to be more price based than time based, but if we get price based, it could be a Tuesday print, like Tuesday open, depending upon where we close today. If not, it would be a Friday print. But that would only be if we blast down into the depths of hell into today. So if you see today is like a closing red day, expect a print, like go long for like a next Friday print. If we start to move early today and we can catch a high into the bell, what we should see is like an early week print. Now, a note to you, coming into the next 2 weeks and then into the first 2 weeks of August, no matter where price goes, up or down, I want you to think about something here. You're going to see volatility rise over the next 4 weeks, regardless of price. So you're going to see options become more expensive as well. You'll wake up next week and go, why is everything more expensive? It's because of uncertainty entering the market over the next 4 weeks. So just be aware of that. If we get a low in the close today, you can buy into that volatility either. If you were going to buy into volatility for the next 2 weeks, I would express that through QQQ. Or I would express it through VIX, some kind of like VIX call spread of some kind. You could do that as well. You could also express it through puts, believe it or not. Puts will begin to gain value even though the market's going higher. So just be aware of it. Over the course of the next 4 weeks, expect volatility to creep into the price of the options market. I don't know about SPY as much as QQQ. I think QQQ would be the bigger one, and then if you like the two outperforms on volatility will likely be QQQ and VIX. And puts would be third. I would say Q's, VIX, puts, then SPY. So just be aware of that as you come into next week. What else? If you want my interpretation as to what takes place, I think this market has more room to run. I would disagree with that statement if there just wasn't so much interest in 640, 650. Do I think we print 650? I can't tell. I would say this to you. I would say that. So last night I had a friend ask me. Last night they said, "I thought you were more bearish," and I get pigeonholed by people. I don't know why. I get pigeonholed by people. They hear one thing and one thing only, or they hear what they want to hear, or if the other side of what I said doesn't print, they'll say, well, they only focus on what did print. So I'm sticking with my story here. When we come into the summertime, right, people disappear. If we come into summertime and we say, hey, there's going to be a spot up, vol up trade, and it doesn't materialize or it fails, that whole gang disappears. That argument disappears. It's like it never happened. And then people are like, oh, look at all those people were talking about a spot up, vol up, and it didn't happen, kind of a situation. So I still predicate this. I'm sticking with my thesis here, which is when we come into this summer trade, it can end early. And to say that it can't is you're out of your fucking minds. It can. It absolutely can. And it can also be extended far out into summer. But it's a season of volatility, too, at the same time. So I want you to note that when we're in this part of the year, we can do a summer trade sideways, and you just wake up one morning and we unclench. And all of a sudden, everyone that was saying, hey, we're going to moon up into, August, September, or whatever, or late July, August, September, or whatever, they lose all their money. And that's important to remember. That does matter. Like, words is bullshit to me. Money matters more. So don't lose sight of having the ability to be bullish and bearish at the same time, I guess, for lack of a better word. You should be hedged. Like, I'm going to tell you that again and again and again. In the summer trade, you remain hedged. If this trade dies, we wake up on Monday morning and we get a big red bar at 9:30, it's going to save your ass. And not only that, it is going to print. That's the key point. Your hedge is going to print. And hedging is not I'm bearish either. You can trade this market straight up into whenever that top appears. If it's, this week on Monday, if it's next week on Monday, if it's the first week of August, second week of August, any of that kind of stuff, we wake up and boom, we're rolling to the downside. It's going to suck, especially if you're just net long. Net long here, I think, is in the season of volatility is absolutely preposterous. You can wipe your entire account. And even saying that, you should be looking for wider dips the further we go on and on and on, and the summer trade carries on to the upside. So just be wary of that. I got to warn you guys of this because I've gotten caught in this. I've been caught in things like, hey, we're extremely bearish here, or hey, we're going to crash, so go all in. And then I've also been told in the past, hey, we're in spot up, vol up, bro. We're going to moonshot into middle of August, bro. And then I wake up the following Monday and we're fucking vertical going straight down, elevator shaft, 1, 2, 3 days. And I watch my account literally fucking have a meltdown. So I want to discuss that with you here today. I was talking to a buddy last night and I'm like, dude, I think it's negligent to not acknowledge that this summer trade can end at any moment. I don't think you necessarily need to be bearish, but but the potential for that to happen. So just keep that on your plate as we move forward. When we wake up next week on Monday, you know, if you wake up and we're down on the daily trigger or something, or we blast down into this close right here, anything like that, stay vigilant. If you're a bull and you have a small account, you should just be waiting for pullbacks to be getting long too, you know? Just be aware of that from now into the end of the month, and even if we go higher. If we roll down next 2 weeks, like start laddering to the downside, and then we get like a little bit more extension because we're on trend still, you're going to be kicking yourself, right? Oh, they told me we were doing, you know, spot up, vol up, and we're not going to lose anything or whatever. So just be conscious of that. We're in the season of volatility, whether we're going higher or lower, and you'll see that reflected in the options market too. Daddy, cool. You're tempted to buy 200, 300, 630s at 2 cents. I would buy them at is that what they're costing right now? Let me look. SPY zero dates are how much? How many pennies? Let me look at them. Expiring today. Ooh, those are juicy, aren't they? God damn, those are juicy. I did this once with like, I think I lost like 30 grand. I like pinned the, I think I actually pinned the close on one, there was a close that I came into and bought like, I bought like $30,000 in like two or three penny calls. The market was like going up and then it just stopped. And I was like, there was probably me that did that. Like they're like, fuck you, ain't printing any of that for you. Seriously, that I think I single-handedly pinned it. I think I mentioned it on stream too, and I was like, I think people were like loading them with me. Like if you get too many people, like this is why I don't tell my trades on stream anymore, because you get like fucking like I'll watch the chain and I'm like, these fuckers just went in with like $1 million in fucking in 0 to 8 fucking calls. We ain't going nowhere. Like now we're not going shit nowhere. That's why I don't talk about what I'm in anymore, like, or what am I exactly my trade is anymore, because everybody's copy trading each other. You know, you get like fucking $500,000 in 0 dates, and the fucking dealers are like, eat a bag of dicks. We're not doing shit now. Someone in here is talking about loading up on 630C because they're like 2 cents. They're 3 pennies right now. Like, just slam the fucking buy button. Look for a super ramp into the close. I think we're getting the super down into the close personally, but we've got some members that are in disagreement. They think we squeezed the bell. You lost 30K thinking you knew how to swing trade my first year. Oh my god, dude! You know how much, I can't tell you how much money I've lost. I haven't lost a ton of money swing trading. I had one bad go of swing trading, where I gave a bunch of money back to the market. That was years ago, though. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was
Just a heads up, at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump is expected to sign the Genius Act. The video is on the feed for you to watch.
okay. Here we go. Here we got some volatility here. There was one year where I lost some money on swing trading because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. There's I told this story a bunch of times. I lost like a big six figures in like middle of or late February. I trusted a guy that was like, this fucking market's gonna fucking collapse. So I went like almost full account in puts, and I literally diamond handed them to zero. I was so angry at one point. I was just like, fuck it, they stay on. And that was a big swing trade. I don't lose that much money on swings anymore. I tend to lose money. How do I lose most of my, like if I have big losses? Usually hedging. If I had to like but when I look at my account, it's usually on hedging. It cancels out though with longs. So if I ever put like a put on or something like that, like bunch puts, they oftentimes don't print. Well, when they print big. They usually my biggest printers. But on average, I could probably do without buying puts, unless we're in like a bear market or a downtrend or something. If we're in an uptrend and I buy hedging, that they tend not to print that, or I tend to lose more of those trades than the upside trades. I make less money in the upside trades, but I have a higher win ratio. But my swing trades are pretty good. My swing trade win rate is pretty fucking high. I make most of my money doing swing trades now. Or owning underlying and selling options. I make a lot of money that way too. And I get cut up a lot too. That happens to me. Matter of fact, yesterday and today, I've been in 2 or 3 trades that have printed minimal. 10 pennies, 5 pennies, 3 pennies, 2 pennies. I've been in a few trades since from yesterday's close into today where it hasn't been that good. So I'll get like I'll have a basket usually of either being cut up, like losing, a few pennies, or gaining a few pennies, and my entry is wrong, so I close them and then try again. Better positioning. I lose a lot of money talking to you guys. Well, there's a couple things here. I can't tell if this is just like fake, but I notice when I tell you my trades, I lose more. I would lose more money when I told you my trades anywhere, mostly though publicly. And then I've lost trades talking to you. I have done that. I've missed a lot of trades that I've wanted to take talking to you guys. I'm like blah 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 blah, and I should be watching where I want to buy or sell or whatever is. I've had that happen to me. Yeah, my win ratio is nowhere near what it once was. That's how this all started. Like, I was bored. I was becoming a pretty fucking good trader, and I wasn't trading a ton at that time. I'd fuck around with day trading and stuff, but I was mostly like just taking easy layup trades, like softball trades, side of a barn. Can't miss this fucking thing. There's no goddamn way. Like I didn't start streaming because I wanted to be a streamer or a furu or an influencer. That was never the intent. For a long time, that wasn't the intent. And then you guys know Joe Donut. He was the one that was like, start making videos, dude, and explain this to us. So I started doing that, and then I would get angry. I'd get angry, and Joe was like, fuck it, just do a live stream. Just start streaming all day long so you can do this shit with us. And that's how it like grew into that. But it's cost me a lot of money. Not gonna lie. I mean, I make money, but I'm green every year. I've been I haven't had a red year in I'm trying to think the last time I had a red year. It's been a while. It's been a few years. I have had a red year though. I have blown up an account. Was it 2019 or 18? I did. Was pretty bad. Trying to think of the last time I had like a red year. 2019 maybe, 2018, somewhere in there. I got blown up a bunch in degas and like the gas trade. I'd get wrecked in the gas trade. That was fun, by the way. And I think I got caught in Volmageddon too. That might have been the 2 last times I really got fucked up. Was fucking around with degas and shit, like really bad. The time I had a red year, I stopped trading for 3 months. I walked away. I walked away from the market. I didn't. I don't talk about that a lot. I've talked about it, but very rarely. I got so mentally fucked up in my head that this isn't the story about breaking the table down or anything. I blew up. I had a red year, and I got so mentally disturbed. Like literally, I'll be honest with you, I got mentally disturbed by it. I didn't feel confident. I felt negligent. I felt negligent to my family, negligent to myself. I felt like maybe I was a gambler, and and I didn't feel confidence in taking trades. Like I think that's a big part of trading is if you don't feel confidence, you can get cut up. You don't stay in your winners long enough. You get scared out of your winners until you take a major hit, and you get like that's an important part of trading is at that time I would cut my winners too early, and then I would take a hit, and then I started this like just this like destructive pattern of behavior, and ended up having a red year, and it was fucked up too because that year I had all kinds of plans for my money, and I just kept like big loss, small win, then like bigger loss, and then small win, and I couldn't climb out of the hole, so I walked away. I walked away from trading, and then even after that first 3 months, I promised myself I would start with a small account and be more rigid in what trades I took, and I only did spreads. I did like big swing spreads to build that account up, but it still took me another 3 months to regain my confidence. Is the point? So I think it was a total of 6 months of rehabbing my brain, and I felt out of touch with the market too, like just getting into the groove of the market. If I go on a vacation now, it takes me a week to get back into the groove. I think personally. You'll often hear traders say they don't leave the market because of that. They'll say that they still stay touchy. They still touch the market while they're on vacation. Whenever I try to take a break from it, when I'm like I have to get away and do a sabbatical, when I get back, I feel disconnected for at least another week, if not longer, 1, 2, 3 weeks to get back into the groove of things. Do you ever feel like that out there? Do any of you ever fully just close the laptop and walk away from the market, then come back and feel disconnected to it, maybe, for lack of a better word? Yeah, that's what I need. Or I already did it. I did that this past week. I actually literally closed the laptop, but I needed it. I needed to flush my brain of like defragment my brain for a week. But normally I don't. If I take a vacation, I'll still touch the market normally. I'll watch it closely. Yeah, I had a regular job. Yeah, when I had a red year, I had a regular job. I've always had a regular job. I've always kept a regular job. So like the red year that I had was when I was building houses. So what happened for me was I worked a profession for most of my adult life, and I was making a ton of money. My wife was making a ton of money. She was a professional. I'm a professional, and I felt like I was spinning my wheels. We were making serious fucking money. I'm trying to think, like,
So a reminder about
I'd make like 160 a year, and she'd make like 130 a year. This was back in pre-2000, sometime pre-2016, 17. So we had dual income. I would assume that's got to be $300,000 or $400,000 now, if not more, right? It's got to be. If you look at wages 2010 to 2015, it was pretty fucking good. It wasn't great, but it was pretty good. But what I found was that we were robbing Peter to pay Paul. I didn't have any money between like this payment, that payment, this payment, that payment. I was broke, and I was living in very expensive places. I was living in, I was living in very wealthy places, the wealthiest places in the U.S. And I never felt like I was getting a leg up. I always felt like I was part of the rat race. And I would talk to my wife, and I went to school for business, and I felt like I was a member. I don't know if I wasn't petit bourgeois or anything like that, but I felt like I was part of the working class that had fallen into the trap, the debt cycle trap of most adults, where you work your balls off until you break a wheel, whether you get sick or you get hurt or something befalls you or you fuck up. You know, you like go to a restaurant, have a bottle of wine, catch DWI, hit somebody, and ruin your entire life. Or I don't know, go skiing, wrap yourself around a tree, and that's it. It's all over, right? Something like that happening in life, right? Or catch disease or something, and you get washed out of the system, and you never hear about those people ever. You know those people. I'm sure some of you out there know those people, right? You get everything's rock and roll, everything is great, and then all of a sudden you're like looking at your neighbor and they're getting a divorce, and the kids hate dad, and the lawn's no longer mowed, and you never hear those stories. That's not the story, is it? The story is always someone's young. Hey, I'm an AI engineer. Everything is great. Everything's awesome, right? It's always youth. And then its comeback story, I guess, is good too. Everybody likes a good comeback story. But there's masses of people in a capitalist system that get really washed out. And that's part of the intent of the capitalist system, is that constant cycle of giving you a chance to make it in the world. So when I was a professional, I felt like I was spinning my wheels. I had money. I was making great money, but it was always like, money coming in, money going out. And so I had always wanted to move to Detroit. And I'd always wanted to move here because I grew up in Boston when it was being gentrified. My dad had moved, here we go, NASDAQ taking another swing to the upside. My dad had moved us into the city, and I'm just take a peek at this. My dad had moved us into the city, and if any of you are from New York or Boston in particular, those two places, if you recall, pre-1992, those cities in the 70s were hellacious. It was bad. If you're young and you've never been, if you're younger, you would be shocked at how dirty, dangerous those cities were. And I grew up in that city as it like rose from a phoenix. And I noticed that my dad had the ability to escape the rat race by choosing to be a part of a community. Basically, him and his friends started opening. One of his buddies opened a natural food store, which turned into this like big thing in Boston. And he had friends that were politicians that got involved in local politics, and they really bought into this community that we lived in. Him and all of his friends were growing up. They were all young men, and they were literally like became cornerstones of the community. They reinvested their money in the community. They worked their butts off physically. They'd all of them had day jobs, and then they worked their balls off to improve their community. And they respected their community. They weren't committing crime. They weren't, fucking burning shit down or whatever. And they had money, and they had tax dollars and all this stuff. And I remember he was able to escape it. And so I'd always been fascinated by Detroit. And I had seen the videos and the pictures of Detroit, and I was like, man, that reminds me so much of New York and Boston. Maybe not to that extent, but it was very. It just brought back memories, and so I didn't get here early, but I got here right at the turn, like right when it was turning around. You could still get houses, $2,500, pretty decent house. $3,500. They had mansions in Detroit that were going for $500 before I got here, but even making that jump was scary. My family didn't want me doing it. I had family members, friends, thought I was insane, insane, and I got trashed for it. I had family members that like wanted to disown me over this, like your wife and kids are going to be in, get in trouble and get hurt and all that kind of stuff, and why are you doing this? You shouldn't do this. It's dangerous. It's this. It's that. Your kid's going to be exposed to bad things, and that's not what happened. My money went farther here. I was able to rebuild homes and flip them and make money and put money in the bank. And that's when I had one of my red years when I was making all that money, doing wholesaling, flipping houses, all that kind of shit. And I even had a work crew that worked for me through that time period too. Helped me flip houses, and then I'd give them work. I would actually build a company that would find them work, like an online app. You just like sign up for a handyman or whatever, and that brought in a bunch of money too. But I was escaping the rat race. I was able to pay down a lot of my debt and not need credit as much as I needed the rest of my life, and started to be able to save money and invest money in appreciating assets. And that was a distinct, dangerous thing that I did, but paid spades for me. Absolutely paid spades for me now. And if you're a young person out there and you don't feel like you're making it, or you never get a chance, sometimes you got to pick up and move. You really do. You got to try again. Just keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. You may not be living in, I don't know. You might be living in Venice, or La Jolla or something, but you start flipping that stuff in someplace you can't afford, or where you are wanted, where they do want you. A community that needs people like you. You'll get paid in spades, and then you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Then you can go traveling.
August futures settle at $67.34 a barrel, down 20 cents or 0.3%.
Your money goes farther.
August futures settle at around $2.15 a gallon. Diesel futures settle at around $2.45 a gallon, and natural gas August futures settle at around $3.56.
Q's now testing the cross on the half an hour and hourly trigger. We're going to find out if we can escape this right about now. It's changed my life now. Like now I own houses without mortgages. I can buy a house with cash. I pay for my own insurance. Like my whole family has insurance. I can travel wherever I need to or want to travel. I can do whatever I need to do. As a matter of fact, I was talking to my daughter about this yesterday.
It's really me.
Yesterday I was.
You're behind the.
Hold on here. What is going on with this stuff? Like, turn that off. A couple days ago, I was talking to Joe Donut, and I was like, "You should see the mail that comes in for my daughter." And I got a piece of one of the pieces of mail was a company that this is ingenious. They buy a list of incoming college freshmen at top institutions. So these people either have money, or not even, they have money. If you go to these institutions, you have money either through loans, or you're probably a wealthy person in general. So what they do is they find, my daughter gets these letters from people trying to fuck over her credit. One of them was a refrigerator company. They'll lease you a refrigerator and a microwave, and it was expensive, but it was convenient and easy. But we were reading through all of the fees associated with it, and it was insane. Like late fee, move fee, cleaning fees, move your dorm fees, cancellation fee in case your living arrangements change. It was just like a grift. A fee for this, a fee for that, a fee for this, a fee for that, a fee for this. And I just had this conversation with my daughter last night. Last night I put some jazz on, started making some pizza with the oldest, and we were hanging out late last night, and I'm like, look, the only credit you need is maybe like I sign for a credit card for you, or you get it yourself a secured credit card. And even then, I'm like, what are you going to spend? 10% of that. That's it. You get a credit card, it's not to spend. It's literally for you to spend like 10% of it, pay it off every month, build your credit that way. When they increase your limits, you still spend 10% of that limit. Up. I go, and the only time you should ever be needing credit is, like you buy a car and you could just buy it with cash, but you use credit if your limit's high enough. If your credit rating is good enough, you buy the car, but have the ability to get a low rate on it, or just pay cash. And if you can get your credit up there, you should only be buying stuff with credit that's stuff that appreciates. If it doesn't appreciate in value, you have no business spending money on your credit card unless it's like paying 10% of it to a bill and you pay it off at the end of the month. The rest of it you just buy with cash. And so we're talking about this last night, and I'm like, you're leaving for college right now, and when I was a kid, they did this to us, and I was in the Army. They did it to people in the Army. It's a very famous thing. When I joined the Army, I joined for college, but we had guys that come in the Army that had very poorly educated, and they would buy a fucking Mustang, and 38% line of credit on it, and it was upside down already in the cost of it. The book value was already like trashed, and then 58% fucking insurance, or not insurance, but a loan rate on the car, and it's like with all that predatory behavior when I was young is like there's like 10 times more of it now. It's at like every single fucking corner. If you got a teenager out there, like I'm shocked at the mail that comes in for my daughter. There's either one trying to fuck her credit or trying to hit her with fees, take all of her money. And I was talking with Joe about this the other day, and he was looking at one of these predatory companies, just like this refrigerator company, and it was a payday loan, basically. So they'll give you $500, and it's basically a signature loan from your bank. And the company that was doing this predatory behavior was like, if you went through the layers of who owned the company, it was like a JPM company. It was like a subsidiary of JPM. So your bank knows about this, and the predatory company knows about this. So you're kind of getting shafted from both ends. And I'm talking to my daughter, and I'm like, you're gonna have these people all over you. Don't be signing your name to anyone. Run a credit check. Want to see if we can finance you, no matter what it is. I was like, especially at your age, at 18 years old, I'm like showing her the mail that I'm like taking the mail away from her, like she's young, she doesn't check the mail, but I do, and I keep the stack of it. And I'm like showing her this stuff last night, and I'm like, this is all predatory. This is all predatory. This is all predatory. This is all predatory. I'm like, if you don't have the money, you just don't have the money. I'm like, you don't want to fall into the hole that your dad did. I was like, your dad fell into the hole of going to work 80 hours a week and money gone on Friday. Spent on credit, spent on credit cards, max out this, max out that, live on the, it's not living on the edge, but it's like, oh, you got a raise? Let's start, let's do a better vacation. Or, you got a raise? Let's get a better car. Let's do a raise. Let's do better this, better that. And I feel like I was on the cusp of failure. It would keep me up at nighttime, panicking if anything ever happened. I'm like, if I ever missed 1 week of work or 2 weeks of work or 3 weeks of work, I'd be fucked right now. And that's what I talked to my daughter about last night. Oh yeah, dude, houses. Okay, so the best real estate market I've found in the U.S. so far has been Detroit, hands down. Houses like shithole, like burned out shitholes are now worth $70K. They were like $5. You can't even get a house to renovate anymore in Detroit unless you're paying.
There's no.
Maybe you'll find something for like 30 grand. But that's the worst of the worst. But $30,000 to $70,000 for a hulk of a house today. If you renovate them in Detroit, it's like any other market. Low end 150 to 300, high end $1 $2 million. Some of those mansions that went for like $500, they're up for millions now. Hell, dude, dude, you ready for this? I was kind of dumb. I was going to these county auctions. Like I found one mansion that I bid on, and I lost the auction. I thought 50 grand was too much. It's a multi-million-dollar house today. There was another one that was a mansion that was fine. It was renovated and everything. They just stopped paying the taxes on it, and I couldn't bring myself to bid on it because I didn't want to fucking take this house away from somebody. But it still went on auction, and it sold on auction for like 50 grand. That house is worth $1 million today. Detroit's wild, or it was wild. It's not wild anymore, but there was a time when it was. Best housing market I've ever been in. Period. Detroit. Hands down. Yeah, and life does change in a snap. I love Detroit. My kids have bloomed here. They love it. They love the culture. They love the city. They love the arts and the entertainment. And we fly to go skiing, and we actually do skiing here too. But and the skiing here can be okay. If you go up like northern Michigan, the skiing's pretty good. And if they get like 20, 30 inches. It's not comparable to the West, but it fits the niche or the need or the itch or whatever. Market parked right now, not doing anything. 2:40 in the afternoon. We're going sideways, baby. NASDAQ trying to retest and break out from its 30-minute trigger. We should have some kind of a unclenched into the close today. I can't tell if it's up or down just yet. We're still underneath the 30-minute trigger on NQ and on ES right now, so still no bias up or down. If there was a bias, it's to the downside because we're underneath the half-hour trigger crossing the hourly trigger, but that's about all I know right now. I would be if Uncle BJ, if you're gonna BJ, Uncle JBJ, if you're gonna look for like zero dates, you want to do them together? I'll do some zero dates with you. You want to do some zero dates? You want to lose some money on Friday with me? You're fucking you really want it bad, don't you? Uncle JBJ wants a lotto. I guess I can't just say it publicly, though, can I? I'll do lottos with you. Hold on. It's 4 p.m. You think we're going to start cranking? Hang tight here. I'm already loading the board, but not for now. I'm actually loading the boat with a trade right now. But it's not for now. It's for next week. I'm trying to capture the volatility myself. But not for this week, for next week. I'm already building a position. What do we got here? Today, the 18th. Do you think we have to wait for the Robin Hooders to get out, maybe? It's at 242 right now. They're down at 630s or 2 cents. Those are fucking juicy, aren't they? Let's look and see upside. So 628 would be the target, right? Probably call that the target, 628. Let me just check this really quick. Let's see what the target would be. Okay, so there's the 4-hour candle right here. 1 hour candle. Let's check this one. Here we go. Aha. All right. So hold on here. There's one. There's two. This one's gone. Okay, so we got some targets now. Check the 30-minute. See what that thing's saying. Well, get rid of that. Put that in the trash. Hold on here, bro. I'm down to get the 0 dates going with you. There's a 30-minute. This is now a 30-minute here. I might just check this one more time. That's a 4-hour candle. That one's still valid right there. And let's go. Just check 5 minutes and no 5 minute. Let's just check 15-minute. Like all the time frames here. Nope, there's one right here. And there's one right here. This is the one that's stopping us. See it? This one's a 15-minute. And this is where we start squeezing up here. Take a closer look here. It's a pretty big band right here, right? So 1 hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Pretty big band of volatility right here. It's a good target. $628.31. Get rid of that one. You don't need that one. That 15-minute right there. And you got to remember this one right here. That one's danger. You need to hit this in here. Let's see. Let's get some zero dates. So what is that right there? 28? Those are fucking 17 cents.
Just a heads up, Trump has begun speaking.
Oh shit, here goes Trump. Here we go.
Confidence. They've lost everything if you think about it. But Jasmine Crockett is on her way. She's on her way. She's the new star of the Democrats.
Dude, he's been in some shit the past few days. Did you see his Truth Social blew up last night?
I tell you, that was great, and this was great. And I am so tired of making.
He went off the fucking handles last night in Truth Social. Levitt went off the handlebars yesterday.
Speaker, sir, we have 12 hard no's. I say, Mike, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. We have 12 hard no's. The good news is I call up. Hello, Jim. How are you? Sir, you have my vote. Boom. Sir, you have my vote. I really they just want a little love. Unfortunately, it's always the same. It's always the same 12 people. That's it. It's 5 senators and it's 12 congressmen. And I actually said to John,
9 minutes until he comes into the 3 o'clock hour.
listen, I want to have a party, but not to those people that I have to speak to endlessly every time. And they're wonderful because they
Fucking need all this fucking Theta gang to close their shit here.
Rand Paul Jr. from the Congress and Rand Paul from, other than a few people. But I said, I want to have them over. We're going to have a party for everybody in Congress, everyone in Congress except 12. We're going to have, and Mike is, Tom, I'll tell you what, Tom is definitely coming. The whole group, where are those 12 people? They're the only people I don't see. We could do it today. We don't have to vote. And I would say of the 53 senators, 48, we're going to have 48 in here. You won't even have to come to that one. But these are the greatest people because they always vote yes, and we don't have to go crazy. You trust us, we trust you. And it's been a very special group of people. We really do. I mean, 96% phenomenal and 4% extremely difficult. Do you agree with that? But they get there, most of them, not all of them. Those are the ones we really don't like. But I want to thank you all for being here. This is really a big day. This afternoon, we take a giant step to cement American dominance of global finance and crypto technology as we sign the landmark Genius Act into law. So congratulations to everybody. This is a big deal. You've come a long way since the Biden administration when they had no idea what you were all talking about. And half of you were under arrest for no reason whatsoever. For no reason. And we want to have it, not China. China wasn't actually happy. They were watching this. They like it. And we've got this. We've got AI. We've got a lot of great ones happening. And this is a very big thing. And I want to thank the bill's author, Senator Bill Hagerty, a very good friend of mine. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Reddit keeps moving to the upside. Just heads up.
He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
A Lab still cranking right now.
But, you know, I got to know him. He was ambassador to Japan, and we had a little problem with Japan on trade. But he was my ambassador to Japan, and I went to Japan, and he is speaking fluently Japanese. I said, did you learn it as a child? No, I just learned it over the last 4 or 5 months. I said, you learned Japanese. Maybe the single hardest language to learn. It's actually breathing rather than...
No, it's not.
Breathing. I'm not going to imitate it because we'll end up with a big story, and I don't want that. But he spoke totally fluent Japanese. I said...
Japanese is not hard to learn.
Impressive. And he was introducing me to Mr. Honda. I said, oh, are you
Seeing
in
Brent
the
crude
car
futures
business?
settle at
He goes, yes. I said,
$69.28
"You're
a
very
barrel,
rich man."
down 24
And then he
cents,
said,
or
Mr.
0.35%.
Toyota, right? Toyota. And I said, what business are you in? Let me guess. He said, cars. He was my interpreter. And I was so impressed. And I was getting ready to leave. He said, sir, I'd like to run for the United States Senate. I said,
Hello,
"Where are
everybody.
you from?"
This is Donald
He said,
J. Trump.
Tennessee. I said,
Hold on, I got to turn this off.
no, but if you endorse me, I'll win, right?
I'm going to speed this up for a minute here.
Took a 48-point lead, and they didn't know who the hell he was.
And he's turned out to be a great senator. Now they all know who you are. Yeah, so you're fantastic, and we thank you. And just the fact that you're doing this and you understand this is a complicated world, and you understand the bill. So you've been great. Thank you very much. We're also pleased to be joined by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. J.D., thank you very much. Good job.
What's up, couch fucker?
And he's been up speaking late at night on the phone. I said, JD, how about you taking 3 or 4 of these people, please? Because 3 or 4 I cannot speak to. I just can't. And he'd take them and he'd come through, right, JD? Also, Speaker Mike Johnson. He is unbelievable. He's an unbelievable... I mean, if you go by what we're doing, if you keep at this pace, you can't keep it up for another 200 days. But I will tell you this, if you keep up this pace for another week, you go down as the greatest speaker in the House in history. So one more week. One more week. Who needs Tip O'Neill? Who needs Tip O'Neill? He's better looking than Tip O'Neill.
What?
But
You're the guy like wrote the rules for the
would you say that's right? Your wife probably says, you are crazy.
Tip O'Neill like wrote the rules for negotiating,
He's an amazing, actually, he's an amazing speaker.
for lobbying and negotiating.
Everybody likes him and respects him, and that's why we're with a very small majority, like 3. We had a time when we were 1. Remember? We said we're 1 heart attack away from losing the House. Then we won a couple of seats and a couple of other. Now we have 7, maybe if we're lucky, 7. But we win with, nobody's ever done, I don't think anyone's ever done this before, to win with those small. We had a little help from Tom, too, right? And
Still no break above the half an hour trigger here,
introduce also
nor the hourly trigger.
Lutnick, who's been fantastic. You have done a great job, Howard. We've got trade deals coming out of our ears, right?
I'm getting murdered here, JBJ.
So many.
I think I got to add another 12, or it's 12 cents. Add another 100 pack.
You deal with so many. But, you know, I always say when we send out the paper, that was a deal. They don't want to, the fake news doesn't want to hear that. When I send out the paper that you're paying 35 or 40% tariff, that's a deal. Then they'll call and see if they can make a little bit different kind of a deal, like opening up their country to trade. In some cases, they've never been opened. But we're doing well, and we have a couple of big ones to announce pretty soon, right? Could almost do it today. Maybe we'll say it. Maybe later on we'll do it. Senator Bernie Moreno, a great victory. Bernie had great victory. A great victory. That was one of the truly tough races. A lot of people weren't sure anybody could win that seat, and you won it in easy fashion, right? We won it together when you think of it. But you won it in easy fashion. You did a great job. Great guy. House Majority Whip. This is a great leader, Tom Emmer, a great politician and leader.
A warning to you out there that we could easily blast down 30 points here. So just don't be trying to like make money off of this trade or whatever.
Married to a fantastic woman.
We could just as easily go literally vertical to the downside.
He likes hearing it because some people don't. You know, they say, "Sir,
And just see us go plunge right down here.
my wife is better than me, sir." Those are guys that don't usually end up with a good marriage, you know? He's got a...
As this gamma unwinds into the close here,
You really...
it's going to get volatile.
Representative. And Representatives Troy Downing, French Hill, where's French Hill? Where is French? You have been so great. Thank you, French. I spoke to him a little late. He was walking down the hall. I said, French. He said, I'm there, sir. You are great, great, great guy. Everyone respects you, French. You know that. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good job. Dan Muser. I thought he was going to become the next governor of Pennsylvania, but he likes Congress better, I guess, huh? So, but I think you're terrific, and, you know, I would have always been behind you. That I can tell you. Tim Moore. Tim, thank you, Tim. John Rose. John? Hi, John. Thanks. Good job. Brian Style. Brian Style. Still young. Still nice and young. That's good. G.T. Thompson. G.T. Thank you. Andy Barr, good friend of all of ours. Thank you, Andy. Monica de la Cruz. Monica, she's here someplace. Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Monica. Mike Haradopoulos. Mike, thank you, Mike. Look good. Mike Lawler, Mr. Salt. Well, it should guarantee your district. I mean, you worked hard for New York, right? And you're on television, I'm on television, so this should be good for a couple of points. But without you and your couple of friends from New York, that wouldn't have happened. That was not easy, right? Congratulations. Great job. Anna Paulina Luna. Anna, who is so great. I don't, even if she's here or not here, I want to tell you that she has been so great and worked so hard to make sure we got it approved. Ralph Norman. Ralph? Ralph? What happened to Ralph? Nick Begich. Nick, thank you, Nick. Good job. Good job. Good votes. I just saw a great poll on you, huh? Very good. Congratulations, Nick. Andy Ogles. Andy, who's a terrific friend. Beth Van Dyne. Beth, thank you, Beth. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much for the great support. Roger Williams, a great baseball player, who also had to take a bullet, unfortunately, but he is a great guy. He was involved in that whole catastrophe, but he's fantastic and has been from day one, along with a lot of other people that I won't call out because I have no idea where the hell you are. I think I saw Jason here somewhere. Where's Jason? Oh, it's lucky I called him. Ooh, it's lucky. They didn't because I invited you at the last moment, right? He was over there doing...
I'm green, JBJ-ish.
But you've been incredible in your position. Nobody knows...
Oh, I'm flat. I'm down again.
Financing you do, so we appreciate it, right? Is that true, Howard? It's true. Thanks, Jason. Great job. And you'll help out with that other matter. You make him so strong and powerful, right? Along with Deputy Secretary of Treasury, Michael Faulkender. Where's Michael? Good, Michael. How are you? Good. You'll help out over there, okay? And Ambassador Ken Howry. Ambassador? Thank you.
Nope, I'm red again.
Good job, Ken. I also want to recognize some of the countless industry leaders here today, including Brian Armstrong of Coinbase. You've done a good job, Brian. That's a big deal. Dave Ripley of Kraken. Dave. Thank you, Dave. Jeremy Allaire of Circle. This is a big day. Good job. Good job, Jeremy. Paolo Ardino of Tether. Paolo.
Red again.
Thank you, Paolo.
They're draining me, Uncle JBJ.
McInerney of Visa. That's a good company.
They're eating me alive in here, bro. I should have waited till... I think I'm going to wait to add any more until like 350. Where's 350?
Chris, what happened to your location, Chris?
Right here.
Front row guy. You're just being nice today, I think.
Nope, nope,
How's
that's
Rumble
wrong.
going? Good? Good. If Rumble...
I'm not adding any more until fucking 10 minutes left to the bell. What is that, dude?
That's great. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Chris, very much. Vlad Tenev of Robinhood.
Oh, all the scumbags are out today, huh?
Thank you, Vlad. Good. Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss. These are two smart, handsome guys. They got the whole package. They're of Gemini, but they have the whole pack. They're of a lot of things, actually, but Gemini's just the one for today, right? They've got the look, they've got the genius, got plenty of cash, and it's great that you're on our side. You guys are great. I can never tell them apart, but their mother can. I asked, can your mother tell you apart? And the answer is yes. Right? Easily, or is it tough for her? Easy. I figure. Good. You guys have been great. Thank you very much. Great to be with you. Let me say, the entire crypto community, for years, you were mocked and dismissed and counted out. You were counted out as little as a year and a half ago. But this signing is a massive validation. And even before this signing, over the last year and a half, I think your stuff has gone up more than any stock, or just about more. A couple of stocks that were pretty good, I will say. But you have certainly, as an industry, gone up more than anybody. Nobody's gained the respect in such a short period of time. But this signing is a massive validation of your hard work and your pioneering spirit and your ability to never give up, because a lot of people would have given up 2-3 years ago. So I want to thank you for contributing to the incredible strength of America. This is going to make it stronger, and congratulations on this incredible achievement. You've made our dollar look really good and strong and powerful. It's good for the dollar, and it's good for the country. And that's why I backed you at an early stage, and I also did it for the votes, because you did come out and vote, I will tell you. And they changed tune, you know, Biden's team, they changed tune right in the middle of the campaign. All of a sudden, they loved you guys. They dropped all charges. They did have, I got you guys out of so much trouble.
What? What's saying? Did you just hear him say that?
They treated you very unfairly, actually. So it's a great honor that
I got all of you guys out of trouble.
And it was a tremendous amount of support that we got at the polls. We won. Think of it. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won the popular vote. We won the districts by 2,750.
Just a quick note here for Monday, if you're heading into the weekend.
Different districts.
Remember that on Tuesday we have Chair Powell speech at 8:30 a.m. That's big. We do have a couple auctions, 3-month, 6-month bill auction. Those should be benign. We don't see any tariff.
Remember that day?
Any tariff danger. That would be 3 and 6 month bills would be related towards tariffs. But those should be benign.
Ever to address the bit.
Wednesday we get existing home sales.
This time, and at that time, crypto builders and founders were under relentless assault by the Biden administration, which was.
We get jobless claims or continuing claims on Thursday.
They were a vicious.
Then Friday we get durable goods.
People don't realize it.
But it's actually a pretty light week next week versus the following week.
He was an incompetent guy, but he was always known as a vicious guy. I guess if you're going to be in that, you're probably off. If they're incompetent, is better, right? Because you don't want to have a vicious guy that's competent.
Yeah, we probably won't move up, bro, until
standing here today,
or market probably won't move until 350.
Bring back American liberty and leadership, and make the
Well, even if it does, if it even does.
And that's what we've done. And under the Trump administration, this is only going further. You're going to do really well. I mean, I'm so proud of what you've done in the last couple of years, and very important. On day one, I remember I did this and I said this and I mentioned this name, and I got the greatest applause of the whole campaign. We fired Joe Biden's SEC chair, Gary Gensler. We fired him.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking, some of the stuff that he's saying, especially about the I got you out of trouble stuff. You know, like, if you're in trouble, you should pay the penalty, right?
But I remember I was making a speech, and it was just a line in a speech, and I said, and I will fire Gary Gensler. The place exploded. I said, I finished, I said, what the hell did that guy do? There was a lot of hatred there, I'll tell you. And it turned out, as I got familiar with everything.
I kind of got mad yesterday, too. I was a little angry last night about the Jerome Powell investigation.
The future, and not block the future. He's going to be unbelievable.
You know, it's like...
Paul Atkins, where are you, Paul Atkins?
I'm kind of a conservative guy. I'm a liberal. I'm a Democrat, but I'm a pretty fucking conservative person when it comes to, being fiscally conservative.
Guys, they said everybody.
And I found it the irony of saying, we're going to investigate money that was spent on the renovation of the Fed building, which is historic. This is a historic landmark that should be saved, and it's going to cost money
They have some
to restore it. The renovation is going to be high, and there are going to be overages. That's normal. You bid low, and then you make money back on the change sheets, right? That's just normal in construction. But what really bugged me the most was that the reason that they want to investigate Jerome is so they can spend more fucking money. And I love it as a bull. I mean, don't get me wrong, as a bull, I like the concept of it, but the real reason they want to do this is to fucking print money to spend, which is
Hester and Mark
the worst thing that we could be doing in that fashion.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mark, wherever you may be. Is Mark here? Oh, stand up, Mark.
I think it's
Good.
fiscally completely absurd and irresponsible to be dropping rates to 1 point right now where we are, and dangerous as all hell for our economy. The bond market will fucking, I do believe
the first ever
that the bond market would fucking implode,
and we have an executive
or the bond vigilantes would absolutely lose their fucking shit.
And Bo is a great football player, right? Bo is a great.
And it was weird that I had that feeling yesterday. I was reading what she had to say, and I was like,
who would think that I know that? I
was like, it's like a wolf, or it's like an offense to conservatives. It's like a wolf in sheep clothing. Look what the Fed's doing, how much money they spent, but it's only to spend more money. It's like shit upon shit, and
granted a full presidential pardon to.
I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it last night, and I'm just like,
and you have no idea.
It's because they want to spend more debt, more deficit,
Unbelievable woman.
And
so important to a certain group of people.
I'm kind of a conservative person.
Truly momentous act. Last March, I signed an executive establishing the
when it comes to like
strategic Bitcoin reserve,
fiscal responsibility for our government, I don't mind spending the money as long as I know that it's going to something good.
And that's
I feel like I believe in social services and stuff like that, like health care for everybody, reasonably priced college options.
Framework to establish and unleash.
And that's not what this is.
Immense promise of dollar-backed stable coins.
None of those things.
This could be perhaps the.
It's just like cocaine.
Financial technology since the birth of the internet itself. A lot of people are saying that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yes. If you say yes, I'm saying yes. I think it's great.
No movement here still.
Many Americans are unaware.
In some OPEXs, we don't get any moves, so just be aware of that too. We may not do anything. We may not unclench at all, bullish or bearish.
You know that Paul and others are straightening it out, but payments and money transfers are costly and take days or even weeks to clear. Under this bill, the entire ancient system will be eligible for a 21st century upgrade using the state-of-the-art crypto technology. Who would have thought we would have been saying that?
What about fees on, what about all the junk bank fees, though, bro?
The Genius Act provides banks
we just got rid of
and financial institutions a framework for issuing crypto assets backed one-for-one with real U.S. dollars, treasury bills, and other cash equivalents. It's really strengthening the dollar and giving the dollar great prominence. And, you know, you have this little group called BRICS. It's fading out fast. But BRICS is, they wanted to try and take over the dollar, the dominance of the dollar and the standard of the dollar. And I said, anybody that's in the BRICS consortium of nations.
I'm in agreement with this.
10%. And they had a meeting the following day, and almost nobody showed up.
This is true, what he's talking about.
They didn't want to be tariffed, did they, Howard? Huh? So it's amazing. No, we're not going to let the dollar slide. If we have a smart president, you're never going to let the dollar slide. If you have a dummy, that could happen. Like the last one, he would. If you ever asked him about the dollar sliding, he would have no idea. But we can't let that ever happen again. Consumers, vendors, and people all over the world will then be able to use those stable coins for ultra-low-cost transactions that are cleared and settled in a matter of seconds rather than weeks and months. And it's really an amazing thing. And with the privacy, flexibility, and decentralization of cash, This revolution has the potential to supercharge American economic growth and empower billions of people to save and transfer in U.S. dollars. It's really all backed by the dollars. It's really a great thing. And a lot of, we had a lot of Democrat support. I have to tell you that. I was shocked anytime you get one but we had a tremendous amount of Democrat support, which we appreciate, and which just shows you that you're doing the right thing. This will increase the
Oh shit, who's here? What up, bro?
status as the world's reserve currency for generations to come. The reserve currency is so important. We lost
Are you joining us here? You're joining us for this to see? You're joining us. You're joining us for the potential unclench, huh?
6 countries basically. I hit them very, very hard, and if they ever really form in a meaningful way,
Hey, welcome back, brother.
and
I'll give you a shot. Can I give you a call after the show is over?
they won't be gone very.
If you're a pro trader, go see who's inside the Discord pro channel right now.
They're virtually afraid to meet. I also remain fully committed to my pledge never
Nice.
allow the creation of a central bank digital currency in America. It won't happen.
David, I had a bunch of, we're doing that already, dude. We're already fucking degenerate right now.
Thank you. And the other night, I will say, with some of the congressmen and women, they wanted that so
Oh,
bad.
you drove 10 hours? Damn, that's a long ass drive. Well, give me a call tomorrow or something, dude.
Please,
I'll give you a call. I'll give you a call tomorrow. I'll let you sleep in. I'll call you in the morning or some shit.
to make sure, sir. And I'm saying, what do you know about that? It's amazing.
We're all here. We're all a captive audience for the unclench, up or down. We've got some people that are bearish, and
I've already got it from the Fed.
I'm long. There's a couple other guys long right now. We're looking for that 350
You don't need
unwind, if it even happens.
It's amazing. But they knew their subject, though, didn't they, huh? And we helped them out. My first week in office, I signed an executive order to ban the creation of a CBDC in the United States, and very soon I look forward to signing legislation that will codify and ban make it a permanent law, put it in permanence. I'm also committed to signing landmark crypto market structure legislation this year to grow the industry. We're going to be growing it even more than people ever thought.
Zero to Hero Friday. Oh, come on.
A little concerned because we were a little short on votes.
Oh, come on, do it.
Say maybe
Start the unclench.
9 short at 3 in the morning. We were about 4 short at 3:30 in the morning. And we were in good shape at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? But the people, and few people, have fought harder for the bill than we're signing than some of the people here today. You have been unbelievable. It's our White House AI and crypto czar, David Sachs, who's done such a great job.
Yeah, I've got the same. David. I got 28s on right now. Same on SPY, ES.
He has a show now. I've become a showman, but a couple of years ago, right? It's probably 2 years ago now in San Francisco.
I got pretty much the same target.
And I heard he's a very smart guy, and we had a great show. You've kept it going a lot longer, and is that still your highest rated ever show? Oh, he knows what to say. He knows what. He had a rating that he had millions and
Fuck
millions
yeah.
of people. He said, "What's going on?"
What up, Blunted?
He had a great show. And I said, that guy's really smart. I said, if I
We're all hanging out in the pro channel,
was running it,
trading 0 dates for the close.
I'm going to bring him into government in some ways.
We're looking for the fucking crank to the upside.
Very rich. He's a very rich.
Any of you out there on Twitch and YouTube, you guys pig piling in on an unclench?
This is much. I know Howard and I talk about it all the time. Howard could go back to his wonderful brokerage firm.
You're long ES, all right, cool.
And
Anybody else on 0-day puts or calls?
same as what you're doing, right? The biggest.
Oh yeah, SPX 6300. That is the magnet, right?
Doing now in tariffs is the biggest when you.
I think 628 is 627, or not 627. 628 is roughly 6300, I think.
I mean, if you think of it, it's the biggest deal ever done. So it's hard to go back to
Jason's in longs. David AMS is long. He's here with us right now.
commission on the sale of a sock.
I wondered if you were going to show up today, David. I was like, it's that fucking day. It's Opex.
So David's been fantastic. He's done an incredible job. And I'd like to ask David to come up.
Nice. Nice.
All right, thank you, President Trump. It's a great honor to be here, and it's true that I'd never expected to work in government at all, and then everything changed after President Trump came on my podcast, and I accepted this job.
Right on, Dan.
Opportunity to work with a president who really wants.
Doggone it! Did you see fucking A-Lab rip and Reddit rip, bro?
The first 6 months of this administration.
Did you watch fucking Reddit and did you see Reddit today and A-Lab fucking mooning, bro?
It's just been incredible. President Trump has worked at tech speed. We're used to working fast in Silicon Valley, but even this is fast for us in Silicon Valley.
Well, here we go.
President Trump's really incredible. And now today, you
fucking dealers.
Historic legislative achievement that is a monumental step to fulfilling your promise to making the United States the crypto capital of the world. This Genius Act will.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I gotta check my shit. Hold on. There we go.
Payment rails with a revolutionary new payment system, and it will extend U.S. dollar dominance, like you said, globally, by creating a digital dollar that people all over the world can use. And for every digital dollar in a crypto wallet, there'll be a traditional dollar in a U.S. bank account, which will create trillions of dollars of demand for U.S. Treasuries. So that is the power of this bill, is U.S. dollar dominance. This is a huge promise made and promise kept by President Trump. And there's just a few other people I'd like to thank. First, my family for being here. Thank you.
Keep adding and adding and adding and adding and adding and adding and adding.
Hines, who President Trump mentions, the director of our crypto.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Lifting here, so Bo,
here we go, boys.
And my chief of staff, Tracy Johnson, as well, who also does the heavy lifting. And Bill Haggerty and French Hill and all the congressmen and senators who have already been mentioned by President Trump. So I'll save the time, but it was really been an honor to work with all of you. This was
keep on pumping.
Most of all, I want to thank President Trump for accomplishing what nobody thought was possible. And it's true that just earlier this week, the media was reporting that this bill was dead. This bill was dead. And then the media didn't know one thing, that we had a secret weapon. We have a deal maker in chief. And thanks to President Trump, he stepped in and saved this bill. And it's because of your vision, your leadership, your determination, your skill that we're all here today. So thank you very much, President Trump. Thank you.
NQ breaking over hourly trigger right now.
Is that Laura? Please come. Just come here. This is our superstar. She was the head of the Republican Party, and nobody complained about anything. We went on to great. This is Laura Trump, married to a young gentleman named Eric. They have beautiful 2 children, but she has been so good. She stepped into that position like it was nothing that we won, and she said, Dad, I'd like to go home right now to my beautiful husband and my son and daughter, Red, but you did a fantastic job, and you worked with a great job.
Let's see if we can get a nice roll.
Fantastic job.
Start rolling this shit higher.
I just saw you
start buying your fucking calls.
Thank you.
See if we can get all these 6,300 call holders to start buying 6,400 and 6,500.
I just got back from Saudi Arabia, and we
roll your shit higher, boys.
A number of countries, and I will tell you the level of respect that this country has now is incredible. The UAE, I tell you what, we had a time there, but every leader said the same thing. They said 1 year ago your country was dead, and they'd say it that way. It was like, you know, I didn't know whether I was supposed to be happy or insulted, but the truth is we were in deep trouble. But they said 1 year ago your country was dead, and today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And it's true. We have the hottest country in the world. We had a country, we were a laughingstock with the borders, people pouring in. Can you imagine last month, in the month of June, actually, 0. Now, I don't even believe that, 0, because you have hundreds of thousands pouring in, and then all of a sudden it's 0. But they have it down as 0. And very liberal people take that particular toll. It's a liberal.
Just keep on cranking.
They're not giving us any favors. It's 0 people coming through our border. Can you imagine that? From literally hundreds of thousands and millions pouring in from all over the world. They came from all over the world. They came from prisons, jails. They came from mental institutions, gang members. There were gangs. They came from all over the place, from every country. They came from the Congo in Africa, a lot from the Congo. They came from South America. A lot of came from Venezuela. They emptied their jails into our country. Can you imagine? They allowed that, emptied their jails into our country, and they let them walk right into our country like perfect. 11,888 committed murder. 50% committed more than one person. They murdered more than one person. 50% of 11,888. And we had murderers, and we're getting them out, and Tom Homan and Christie are doing a great job. That Tom Homan, I'll tell you, is he central casting or what? And he takes abuse, but they just keep fighting, and they're winning, and we're winning in the courts, so we're winning everywhere. But we've got the hottest country in the world, and you're a big part of it. So the golden age of America is upon us, and with today's signing, the future of crypto and the crypto industry, the U.S. dollar working together, because they really are hand in hand, is going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever before. And I just want to thank everybody, some tremendous people in this room. And maybe when I sign, I'll ask some of our great senators and congressmen to come on up. Some of the top crypto guys, please come on up, because you guys worked very hard at this. And we'll sign this, and we'll get on to the next battle, and we'll win. But we're winning all over the world right now. It's not even close, not even close, and we're going to keep it going. Thank you, everybody, very much. Thank you.
All right, now they're signing bills.
Next again, please. Thank you so much.
Sit down.
When?
Down.
Sir,
You got it?
can you, thank you so much.
This is not an auto pen, by the way. Which is a big scandal. If that were a Republican, it would really be a big scandal. It's one of the great scandals of our time. Thank you very much, everybody.
You get a pen, you get a pen, you get a pen.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, A-Lab's been murdering it.
Mr. President, Mr. President, why not go further than just unsealing this?
Mr. President, did you send that letter? Release the full file.
Three minutes until 3:30. We have another 20 minutes thereafter. Or are proving to be resistful. Need to get above this 4 hour here. We do have the new high though. The tick, that's good to see. Did catch the tick right there, needed that high. Not catching any hot mics right now. I think that's it. Dixie flat, 10-year flat, VIX 9-day. Let's see if we can get this VIX getting murdered in here. Get this VIX murdered into the close here. Yeah, there's a David, there's still like there's this did you see that there's like a half-hour trigger closing down on futures? There's like a half-hour trigger riding down over the hourly trigger. We got a 4-hour bar here too. You can see it. Yeah, they're coming down right now on NQ for 23,203. I'm going to read a few things to you here. What do I got here? Goldman says tech earnings were never cheaper to hedge in 20 years. I'm in agreement with that. Over the next 2 weeks, 70% of TMT sector will report earnings. The average tech stock is implying an earnings day move of 4.7%. That implied move is the lowest in 2 decades. Investors have re-engaged in Mag 7. Gross exposures are at all-time highs. Stocks are at all-time highs, and yet the cost to protect earnings, at least in tech, is at all-time lows. S&P 500 average tech stock implied and realized earnings moves. It is dirt cheap right now to hedge. Dirt cheap. And the payouts are like 200-300%. And you can put time on these trades, too. Goldman recaps Waller's comments from yesterday at an event hosted by the Monday Marketeers of NYU. Fed Governor Christopher Walker argued that the FOMC should cut 25 basis points at the July meeting for 3 reasons. First, he expects tariffs to only provide a one-time price level boost, and as a result, believes that the corresponding pickup in inflation can be looked through. Second, he cites below potential GDP growth in 2025 H1, an unemployment rate near the committee's longer run estimate, and headline inflation, quote, just above 2%, as evidence that the policy rate should be close to neutral, not restrictive. Third, he sees signs that there are growing downside risks to the labor market, including private payroll growth, that is currently near stall speed. Other FOMC participants, including Presidents Williams, Daley, Hammock, suggested this week that it is appropriate to hold the policy rate at its current level for now, or that they expect a cut later in the year. We continue to expect 3 consecutive cuts this year, starting at the September meeting, followed by 2 more in 2026. What else do I have for you here? We're in the closing bell here. Harnett lays out fiscal math reason why Powell is under Trump pressure. U.S. government spend equals $7 trillion. And Trump can't cut $4 trillion mandatory spending, has backed off cutting $1 trillion in discretionary spend, no Doge, and $1 trillion of defense spend. Iran on Ukraine leaves $1 trillion of interest rate cuts as sole vehicle to cut big government spend. Fed funds at 3.25% would stabilize the $1 trillion U.S. debt costs, and Fed funds at 2%. What else do I have for you guys here? I think that's it. Not too much, just like rolling into earnings season next week. Probably the biggest thing. Let's see if we get the push down or the push up into the close here. It's now 3:36. And watch this hourly trigger closely here. VIX 9-day still leaving behind a little bit of a gap to the downside. SPX getting close. It's in between 6,300 and 6,285 right now, right in the middle. $6,292 right now on SPX. Still no movement. 3:37, 20 minutes left. NASDAQ looking kind of bearish here right now. Yeah, I don't like the close today for I don't like the closing low today, David. Or if we close down here, I don't like it. I think we'll be down on Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, 100% on the open up on the high, David. I'm pretty bearish on next week. I would have liked closing on a high. That's kind of we're like kind of in a garbage place here. over 627.50. Look at that fucking wall right there, too. Look at that wall. That's a fuck ton of supply. Watching some bid and queues right now. Like the downside flush is just 624.16. Woof. Downside flush is all the way down here. How much are 624Ps for today? I'm gonna have to add some of those right now, just as a what do you call it? As a straddle. Oh, don't do that. $625s puts. They're only 5 cents too. I don't know. We might not move here. It's possible we don't move. 625s are only 5 cents. Those are dirt fucking cheap too. It's creeping over here. It's like, this is all garbage here. I want to sell from higher. I want to buy from higher or buy from lower. Like, not this 0 date like shit. I'm talking about the positioning for next week. I've got some cues already for next week. I've got QQQs on for Friday. What do I have? I've got 566 calls for next Friday. Small position. I'm only starting to build it. But I don't want to add too much more here because I'm betting I'll have to DCA next week. We definitely have not seen the low for next week, I don't think. Unless we were higher. If we were breaking out into that upper channel. Let me look at this one thing here. Just want to see. We kind of need, well, we don't really need to be there. You know, like, you know what sucks is if we're only going to trade 640, then the low is not in. The low next week would be like 624. I wish if we could have gotten it today. I was hoping for it earlier today, like a plunge, because that would be the weekly low for next week. The weekly low is not in. Which kind of fucking sucks. If you're out there watching me right now, right, there's a couple things I want to say to you here. Where the market is at this moment's kind of garbage. We're not on the upside of breaking out to a higher channel. And if that means we stay in this channel, then the low, I mean, we could easily, you could easily see like a low next week of 623. I'm serious. You could kiss off yeah, we either need to get a move on it now. Oh, there we go. All right, there's a little bit of movement there. I'm like, you're kind of like closing the fucking door on you're kind of closing the door on 650. Just like that could fuck up the whole entire bull plan. If you stay in the lower trend, those 650s would be out of range. You can't even tease it. You kind of need to like jump up and around, up and out of here. Even if you're not going to print it, like even if you're not going to print 650, you kind of have to tease them that you are. And there's no fucking way you're teasing anybody's 650 if we don't break out of trend. Go to a higher trend level. $650 would crater. Starting to squeeze now again, trading 627.49. Like I don't necessarily think we're gonna print it, but I think you have to like tease them that you're gonna print it. They gotta believe. If they don't believe, that could fucking wreck the options market. I'm interested to see what 650 looks like on Monday. And if we were to pull back to like 626, 620, 623, anywhere in there, I would be scared shitless. I wouldn't trade it. I'd tell you like top is like 642 max. Like that's fucking max. You'd want to see us jump back up into that upper channel to even tease that we're gonna print those numbers. We fuck around down here in this shit. Like we do this like this summer trade bullshit. We've been parked here since like this is the crazy part. Like the low on the 16th was just slightly higher than the start of July 1st. We got the monthly gains came in 2 days for Opex. NDX moving to the upside once again, now coming into the hourly trigger and the half an hour trigger. That's another thing, too. We're trading underneath the hour and the half hour on futures. So far, a negative close. Trading higher into the bell right now. NQ still testing the hourly trigger. Right above it's the half an hour trigger. I got to see the daily candle here. Yeah, this daily candle, let's check out the daily candle, David, on SPX. Let me check out the daily candle on NDX. I don't fucking like this candle at all. We're going to open red next week, in my view. Let me check the weeklies here. Like we need to get some red next week. SPX fighting for 6,300 right now. It's trading 62.97. Keep on cranking. Keep on cranking. Don't stop now. Keep on. You got to go higher, bro. You got to. Can't be having this fucking bullshit close right now. You're fucking rejecting 63 fucking hundred. Get up there, bro. Get the fuck on back up on that fucking mountain. That pile of poop. I can already see myself being like, I'm like, oh, if they rip this on Monday into Monday open, I'm going to be a fucking seller, and I'm not a buyer on Monday either, unless we open on a fucking pretty decent low. It's like too close here in the middle. At 12:30, they bought that dip. We are on the, let's take a look at this really quick. So just so you can see it down here, this is 62.85 on SPX. You can see the, hold on here. You can see this is the mountain or the poop island right here. You can see it right there, right? Up there, down here, up there, down here. This looks good here, but there's not much you can do. If you open up here, you're going to be selling it down. If you come down here, you want to be a buyer here. What you don't want to do is wake up on Monday and see us below this 85 right here. And to be quite honest be quite honest and frank with you, you kind of need to be above. I like the trade from 6,300 and higher. I don't like being underneath at all. I mean, I realize this is here, but and I don't even like the idea of this being the island. I like the idea of the island being up here. Strength is always better, like 6320s up here, like all this stuff. If we're gonna hit 6,400, then we need to be making a base higher, not this low. Just it's kind of noteworthy. So just pay attention to it into Monday. There is a little bit of risk here into Monday, a little bit. It would have liked, preferred to be higher. Go see this right here. And it kind of tempers expectations too. 4 o'clock now. If you're not in any trades right now, right? Here, look at this with me really quick. If you're not in any trades right now, I just want you to look at SPX here, okay? So this is 6,300. We're trying to trade 6,400 up here. Trying to trade 6,400, but my point here, the greater point here is that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to be buying up here to hit this target, and I don't like being here. You wake up on Monday and we're underneath, and it's gonna start fucking. It's gonna rain hell on the market. So, and you can see it kind of right here. See all this action right here in 6,200. Same kind of an idea, right? Like up, down, up, down. It's always better to be up here, above, for the real move. Otherwise, you get cut up and beat up down here. And that same thing applies for, and that's if we're going up. So, and that's only if we're going up. So if you're watching this like price action in here, like bam, 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 bam. You go over a weekend, have something bad happen, and you lose that mountain, and it's no proof of going higher. So you could be patient if you wanted to, even if we jump up higher on Monday. Let's say we squeeze it up, and they sell it down again. That's fine, but you could wait to be a buyer down here for it. You don't need to be like risking being this low into Monday. You could be hands off, I guess is my point. Yeah, I agree. There are nice setups. 100%. Like we're kind of in the middle. If we were closing above 6,300, we could go vertical, but we're not closing above there right now. So you could theoretically stay patient. Okay, it's 4:03. I'll be back with you guys over the weekend. I'll check in with you guys. I'm not doing anything this weekend. I'm still doing a bunch of like renovations on this house, so I'm still working my balls off, and that's what I'll be doing all weekend. So I'll stop in with you over the weekend in the Discord, say hello, see what's up. And I think I'll see all of you guys on Monday. And David, I'll give you a call in the morning, brother. Later, guys. Yeah, well, this poop castle, it'd be better. Like over a weekend, I don't like sitting in the bottom of poop castle over the weekend. I'll be honest with you. I just don't like it. If we're above poop castle, I'd be like, yeah, this is fine, but we're slightly below poop castle right now. We should unclench enough to be above 6,300. We'll probably wake up above 63 though on Monday due to the unclench or due to the gamma coming off that strike. We got to also see what we have to also wait and see what the roll, are people rolling higher or not? Are they closing 6,500? Are they staying with 6,500? Are they also, the other scary thing would be is if they reined in their expectations. So if everybody's just on 6,300, we're not going higher. We're going to go sideways and roll at some point. So we need that, like, to trade 6,400, you need people believing we're trading 6,500. Is the better way to say it. And if people don't believe that anymore, that's not how this is going to go down. We'll see. It'll develop. We'll know more on Monday. So I'll see all of you guys tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but on